Good afternoon and welcome to the January 20th closed session of the City Council of the City of Moreno Valley. The City Council receives a separate stipend from the Community Services District Board of Directors if any CSD business is conducted at this meeting. I now call the meeting to order at 4:02 p.m. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard.
Here.
Councilmember Delgado.
Here, ma'am.
Councilmember Bacasana Cruz.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
Here.
And Mayor Cabrera.
Here.
Thank you.
Next up is item C, public comments on matters on the agenda only. Do we have any requests to speak?
No request to speak, Mayor.
Seeing as we have no requests for public comment, we will go ahead and turn it over to our city attorney. Mr. City Attorney, what matters will the council be discussing in closed session today?
Mr. Mayor, the council will be recessing in a closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957 to discuss the public employee performance evaluations of its city attorney, city manager, and manager of the office of the mayor and city council, city clerk. The council will also meet in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6A regarding conference with the city's labor negotiator, regarding the unrepresented employees, which include Brian Mohan, who's your city manager, and M. Patricia Rodriguez, who serves as manager of the office of the mayor and city council / city clerk. And that's going to be done pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. Oh, point 6A. Sorry about that. And those are the matters that will be addressed in closed session.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. With that, we'll go ahead and recess into closed session. Good afternoon and welcome back to our closed session here in the city of Moreno Valley. At this time, I will turn it over to our city attorney. Mr. City Attorney, was there any reportable action taken in closed session today?
Mr. Mayor, although there was no reportable action taken in closed session, the city council did continue the consideration of item D3, D4, and D5 until the next meeting.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Attorney. So with that, we will officially conclude our closed session at 5:36, and we'll be back momentarily for the special presentations. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to our first presentation of the evening and the official safest place in the city of Moreno Valley. Tonight, we are proud to recognize Corporal Scott Spikestra as Deputy of the Year for the Moreno Valley Sheriff's Station. Corporal Spikestra, please join me up here in the front, please. Captain Mack, can you please come up as well? Huge round of applause. Good job, Scott. I remember when Scott was brand new. Corporal Spikestra is the backbone of Watch 3A. This past year, his shift had 6 different supervisors, yet he remained the constant. A reliable leader, mentor, and leader for his team, for every sergeant who's worked with him. He runs the shift, he leads shift briefings, keeping the team accountable, manages the admin work, tracks daily lineups, and trains new deputies. When a critical incident comes in, he's the first on scene, coordinating, mentoring, and taking charge. He does it all with calm confidence, a positive attitude, and dedication that never wavers. The young deputies look up to him, his peers respect him, and the community is safer because of him. Tonight, we celebrate Corporal Spikestra, his leadership, his work ethic, and lasting impact he has on everyone around him. Mr. Spikestra, congratulations, sir, for Deputy of the Year. Yeah, you got to give a little speech, a little bit more than thank you, too.
Yeah? Okay. First of all, it's an honor to be here, to be nominated and actually picked for this. First of all, I'd like to thank Captain Mack, Riverside County Sheriff's Department, the City of Moreno Valley, and in the back, all my peers. If it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't be standing here today. So first of all, I would like to thank you guys. Once again, it's an honor to be here. I would have never guessed it, but I'm honored to have this be nominated. Other than that, once again, thank you.
You're good. Chief Mack, say a couple words.
Scott, on behalf of the Moreno Valley Sheriff's Station, I absolutely want to thank you for everything you've done, and more importantly, the leadership that you've brought to the shift, to the team, and to the station. Scott is probably one of the very first people I met in this department when we started 25 years ago. So he's the first person that kind of took me under his wing when we both landed at the jail, and that's kind of where we started our career. He's been a man of few words for the last 25 years, so you guys did very well getting that out of him. But thank you again. I appreciate your leadership. I appreciate your strength and the courage that you have to go out and serve the community and do what's right every single day and make an impact on deputies and the members of the community. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Hold on, don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. I think that's from your team there.
Oh.
And if you want to hold this is from the city. Turn around. In behalf of the mayor and the staff and the city council of Moreno Valley, congratulations on your certificate for employee or deputy of the year.
Appreciate it.
Can we take a couple pictures? Mayor, if I can have you this way, there we go. Now you can see everyone's face. Perfect. All right. And 1, 2, 3. Wonderful. Thank you, sir. Congrats. And at this time, I'd like to welcome Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez for the second award presentation.
Thank you, Councilmember Delgado. Good evening, everyone, again. This will be our second special presentation this evening. Tonight, we are proud to recognize Senior Sheriff's Records Clerk Melissa Tessar as our classified employee of 2025. Clerk Tessar, please join me at the front, and let's give her a warm round of applause. Come on up. Yeah, that's fine. Right here. Yes. Melissa Tessar has been a dedicated member of the Moreno Valley Sheriff's Station for 6 years. She has continually demonstrated a commitment to learning, growth, and excellence. As a lead DA liaison specialist, she consistently performs at an exceptional level and is truly outstanding in her role. Melissa is someone her colleagues can trust and rely without hesitation. She takes on training responsibilities, supports her co-workers, and helps manage the workload with professionalism and efficiency. She approaches each day with readiness, initiative, and a strong sense of urgency, qualities that elevate the performance of the entire team. In addition to her technical skills and work ethic, Melissa is kind, respectful, and professional with both peers and the public. Her character, reliability, and dedication reflect the highest standards of MVSS. Tonight, we celebrate her dedication, her leadership, and the positive impact she makes on her colleagues in our community. Please give her an applause for that. And would you like to share a few words with us?
I'm okay with it. Okay. I just have a little speech. I'm a little nervous, sorry. I'm truly honored and grateful for receiving the Classified Employee of the Year award. Thank you to Mayor Cabrera, hi, and the members of City Council for tonight's special event. I want to begin by thanking Captain Mack and the leadership of this department for this recognition and for creating an environment where classified staff are valued as an essential part of RSO. This award is not something achieved alone. The work we do every day requires teamwork, trust, and shared commitment to service above self. I would also like to extend my appreciation, especially to the people that I work alongside every day. Your teamwork, support, and dedication make this job meaningful. We have tons of fun, and it's very rewarding. I take great pride in serving this community because I grew up here, and I still live here. So I really enjoy helping the community here because I'm part of it. And also, I'd like to thank my family for coming, and they're always encouraging me to give my best each day.
Thank you. Captain Mack, would you like to share a few words?
Excellent job, Melissa. Throughout your years at the department and just the time that you spent here at Moreno Valley Station, you've done an amazing job, and I hope that it is coming across just how wonderful of a human being Melissa is. Her work ethic is fantastic, but sometimes you just get genuinely good people. And you talked about the environment and the team. That's something that you're part of and that you guys created. And it's something that we all get to share, and it's a wonderful feeling. Thank you for everything that you do every single day, and thank you for being that warm, friendly, wonderful person that we get to share this station with. And I could not be happier to have you here. And congratulations. Excellent moment for you.
Thank you.
Don't get emotional. You
On behalf of the City Council, we'd like to present to you some certificates for your exceptional service.
I got a hold too.
And let's take a moment to take a group picture with the City Council and the Mayor.
let's get you right here. Oh, okay. There we go. Now we can have you. Alana, if I can get you over this way, a little bit more, actually a lot more. So both, yeah. Right there. There we go. Perfect, perfect. Thank you, Mayor. All right, and 1, 2, 3. All right.
Hold on. Hold on. Yes. 2 and 3. One more. We're ready. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you so much.
Thank you again, Clerk Tassar, for your dedication and service. Now I'd like to invite Mayor Cabrera for the final special presentation.
Well, good evening once again, and thank you for joining us for the third and final special presentation of the evening. It's always just really nice when you get to follow two really uplifting and empowering presentations, highlighting those who do the critical work every single day. And as you can see from the remarks and everybody's expressions and reactions, the impact that both of those individuals have on all the lives that they touch. And so as we move into our third and final presentation for this evening, we are paying tribute to Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., a leader whose courage and vision advanced justice and equality, and whose example continues to guide us to this day. In the same light, we recognize two local leaders whose decades of dedication to education, mentorship, and community programs have strengthened and uplifted Moreno Valley for decades. Bishop Kirk Sykes and Pastor Karen Sykes, a husband and wife team, a dynamic duo, are being recognized for the meaningful, lasting impact of their work in Moreno Valley and beyond. At this time, if you could please join me in giving a nice, warm round of applause as we welcome up Bishop Sykes and First Lady Karen Sykes. Bishop Sykes is a Navy veteran, an author, a preacher, a powerful preacher at that, and a community leader at heart. Pastor Karen Sykes is also an author, a mentor, and advocate for maternal and infant health. Together, they have led initiatives addressing food insecurity through their food pantry and food bank programs at Crossword Church, financial literacy, mental health, and wellness in our community. Bishop Sykes, Pastor Karen Sykes, it is now my honor to present you with this proclamation to my left. In commemoration of Dr. King's call to leadership with purpose, we proudly present you both with this proclamation that declares January 19th, 2026 as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day, inviting all residents to reflect on the impact of leadership, service, and community dedication, as exemplified by your work and the legacy of Dr. King. And before I pass the microphone over to both of them to share some remarks, and you get to hear from them for yourself. Of course, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day was just yesterday, a national holiday that we all get to, of course, take some time off and away from our work, most of us, but more importantly, to remember and honor the legacy that Dr. King and so many of his colleagues and compatriots left for us to follow, especially now more than ever, exemplifying what it means to pursue justice and to stand up for those who need help the most. And so with that, without further ado, I'd love to pass the microphone over to Bishop Sykes and First Lady Karen Sykes.
Good evening, everyone. Tremendous honor to be recognized this evening with this Dr. Martin Luther King Award, the proclamation. What we do, what I do in the community is just something that is just in me, as it is in many of you. I have a heart and a passion for those who are underserved, those who are the underdogs, those who tended not be seen. We see them, And it's our calling, my calling, to make sure that what I can do gets done. When we talk about maternal wellness and health, so many of our Black and brown families have tremendously despairing outcomes with birth. And if there's something that I can do with these hands, with this voice, with this body, to be the feet, the hands, and the arms of our Lord, then I'm going to do it. Again, thank you.
This is such an honor. I teach at Crossword Christian Church that we are all servants. I serve my community, I serve my church, and they in turn serve other people. I think that's the mindset that we all should have, that we don't need anybody to bow down to us. If we all have the spirit that we want to help somebody, that's when God blesses us. That's when society is raised to a whole new level. So this is absolutely awesome. I wasn't expecting it. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., a man of wisdom, a man who was for whomsoever. That's why I'm against any ism, sexism, racism, any negative ism. We are all people of God. We are in the greatest country on the face of the earth, despite what people may think. As a Navy veteran, I served under Ronald Reagan, and we were in Mombasa, Kenya, and some of the British sailors said something negative about our president, and let's just say it didn't go well for them. We are Americans. We are a part of the greatest country on the face of the earth, and that's what Dr. Martin Luther King was trying to get us to understand, that it takes all of us. Regardless of the color of the skin we are in, we are humans, and we need to demonstrate humanity to whomsoever. So I thank you all for recognizing my wife, recognizing myself, but again, we are just servants. We are humbled to receive this award.
And without further ado, as my colleagues join us here to take a group picture on behalf of our 250,000 residents in the city of Moreno Valley, our staff, and the entire city council, we present this proclamation to the both of you in honor and recognition of your work and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s legacy.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Council.
You guys come up here. There you go. There we go. All right. All right, and 1, 2, 3. Wonderful. Thank you guys for what you do for the community. Congratulations.
Mayor, thank you again.
One more big round of applause for Bishop Sykes and First Lady Karen Sykes. And on that note, we'll go ahead and conclude our special presentations for this evening, but we will be back in about 6 minutes to begin our regular council meeting. Thank you all so much for joining us. Congratulations once again, and we'll see you at the next one. Take care. Good evening and welcome to the joint meeting of the City Council of the City of Moreno Valley. The City Council receives a separate stipend from the Community Services District if any CSD business is conducted at this meeting. I now call this meeting to order on January 20th, 2026 at 6:02 p.m. And we will move into the Pledge of Allegiance. Would any of my colleagues like to lead us in the pledge this evening? Councilmember Delgado will lead us in the pledge, and please remain standing after the pledge for the invocation given this evening by Pastor Mark Orellana from Victory Outreach Church.
Please join me by placing your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, Pastor. Welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for the invite. I really appreciate it. And I don't take it lightly coming here and praying for the meeting because we need the Lord's guidance and discernment, and especially when it comes to making decisions that governs the entire city. You know, in First John chapter 5, it says, "This is the confidence we have in approaching God, that if we ask anything according to His will, He hears us." So won't you please join me in prayer? Father in heaven, this morning we come before you, we humble our hearts, and we ask you to guide and to lead today, Lord. We pray for wisdom, that, Lord, that in discernment, that in every decision that will be made, that you give wisdom and guidance, that, Lord, your hand will be here upon every department, that whatever, oh Lord my God, is brought out here today, that you will move in urgency, knowing, oh Lord my God, that we need to make the right decisions. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Pastor Mark Orellana from Victory Outreach Church. Appreciate you joining us and giving us, opening the meeting with that invocation. Next up, we will go ahead and move into roll call. Madam Clerk, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard.
Here.
Councilmember Delgado.
Here.
Councilmember Elena Bacasana Cruz.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
Here.
And Mayor Cabrera.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will go ahead and move. Item E is motions to excuse. We are all present, so we'll move into item F, staff introductions, please.
Patty Rodriguez, City Clerk.
Sonia Gomez, Senior Deputy City Clerk.
Stephen Quintanilla, City Attorney.
Brian Mohan, City Manager.
Lana Jimenez, Assistant City Manager of Administration, City Treasurer.
Felicia London, Chief Financial Officer.
Sean Kelleher, Assistant City Manager Development.
James Verdugo, Building Official.
Melissa McLean, Economic Development Manager.
Melissa Walker, Director of Public Works.
Jeremy Bubnick, Director of Parks and Community Services.
Robert Cardenas, Human Resources Director.
Diana Rocket Sykes, Division Manager, Emergency Management and Volunteer Services.
Sarah Mack, Chief of Police.
Thank you very much, staff. It's always a pleasure to be here in the chamber to conduct the people's business. And with that, we'll move into item G, which is approval of order of the agenda. And I will look to my colleagues to see if there are any requests. If not, a motion and a second.
So moved.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second to approve the order of the agenda. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard.
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado.
Yes.
Councilmember Elena Bacasana Cruz.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. And next is item H, public comments on matters that are not on the agenda. A friendly reminder that the city now offers language translation services through a free app called Wordly. The app automatically translates a variety of languages into English and vice versa. To use the service, please scan the QR code at the speaker's sign-up table. For the visually impaired, please use your earphones or earbuds to listen to the verbal translation. If you do not have any such listening devices, please let the city clerk staff know, and we will gladly let you borrow some for this meeting. La ciudad ahora ofrece servicios de traducción de idiomas a través de una aplicación gratuita llamada Wordly. Si gustan usar este servicio, avísele a la secretaria y entregue una tarjeta para hablar. Para usar la traducción, escanee el código QR que está en la mesa junto a las puertas. Before we move on to public comments, I would like to remind everyone to direct their comments to the City Council. For comments on items on tonight's agenda, each speaker will have a total of 3 minutes to comment. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to comment on non-agenda items?
Thank you, Mayor. We do. The first three speakers are Adriana Vargas, followed by James Armour, followed by Ryan C.
Is Miss Adriana Vargas here with us? Oh, yes. It is your turn if you'd like to go ahead and come up to the microphone for non-agenda public comment. Welcome. Good evening. If you'd like to go ahead and hand that to the city clerk and they'll get that distributed to us, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Adriana Vargas. My husband, Sergio Perez, and I own the home at 25427 Ceremony Avenue between Cremeria and Iris here in Moreno Valley. We have lived in this home since 2011. We are both public school teachers raising 3 children in this home. I've lived in Moreno Valley since 1989, less than 2 miles from where my home is now. I share this to establish that we are long-term invested residents who have never had any issues with the city or complying with its ordinances. Today, my family of 5 is facing over $2,300 in citation fees for what the city has labeled unimproved surfaces on the left side of our driveway. What I ask the council to reflect on is this. When residents respond promptly and invest thousands of dollars to improve their property, should that effort matter or be taken into account? Since 2021, we have invested significant resources improving our home, adding concrete, redesigning our yard to be drought-friendly, safe for children, and visually improved. Hopefully you're looking at the photos now and you'll see that my house is probably the nicest house on the entire street. After receiving our first citation in February 2025, we acted immediately. By March, the work was completed. We added stone, we added artificial turf, we added a tree, we added several more blocks of concrete. Yet, the citations continued, 8 total, including 4 issued within 5 weeks. And that was between August and September. And included in this $2,000 fee is a retroactive inspection fees that start as early as February. So I respectfully ask, how many homeowners in Moreno Valley are cited weekly after making visible improvements? At what point does enforcement stop being corrective and start becoming punitive? During this time, our family was also dealing with the death of a close family friend. She died on September 3rd. While continuing to communicate with the city and attempting to move forward with permitted future improvements as advised. In October, we were told that by opening the permit to start our ADU in the back, the citations would be waived, and they were not. That leads me to ask, if residents are following city guidance in good faith, should they still face escalating penalties? Then in December, we discovered that we had a lien placed on our home. So my final question to the council is this: does the process reflect the city's values of fairness, transparency, and partnership with its residents? I am respectfully asking the council to review this case, consider reduction of waiver of the accumulated fees, and evaluate whether this level of enforcement truly serves the community. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, and we'll make sure that the staff touches base with you and gets your contact information to follow up on those concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next three speakers are James Armour, followed by Ryan C., followed by Mr. George Haig.
Hello, Mayor, City Council, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for allowing me to come tonight and speak. I brought an impact report, annual impact report for everybody. I'm really excited about this one. This 2025 was an exciting year. Our internship was in full force, and we were able to pretty much double the amount of people we helped the year before. So the total individuals served for 2025 was 3,211. For street outreach contacts going out on the streets, we reached 428 unhoused individuals. Overall, we serve 1,142 unhoused individuals in our community. We served 346 families. We completed 341 intake assessments, and we were able to house 93 individuals. So I'm really excited about those numbers. Last year, I believe we were able to house up around 80 individuals, and so that's a pretty good increase. And so this year, I'm really excited because I got to secure the partnership with Cal Baptist University. So now we're going to have additional interns from CBU. So that's going to total amount of, we're going to have 5 interns this year to help us. And right now we're in the works with Denver University. We're trying to get an intern from them. Super excited. And then we're going to be launching a new program next month as part of my doctoral research. And it's going to be a community outreach approach where we're going to be gathering members from the community. And the goal is to increase trust with the community members that are unhoused, to increase service engagement. Super excited about that. But overall, this has been a very huge blessing being able to be a part of the homeless pilot program for 2 more years. And we're going to continue to increase the amount of interns we can have, the amount of help. And we just secured a location to do our homeless job fair that we're going to do this year. So we have the county that's going to get involved, the district attorney's office is going to get involved, and we're going to, my goal is to try to get as many employers to come to do on-site interviews. We're going to work on the resumes. We're going to have a mobile shower unit there. We're going to be giving away suits and ties and professional dresses for the ladies who are in need of a job or want to do a interview. Super excited about that. And so hope there's a lot of big things to come this year. We still have a whole garage full of food that we got donated from Valley View High School. So we'll be doing a couple of food banks too. Thank you guys.
Next 3 speakers are Ryan C., followed by Mr. George Haig, followed by Christopher Baca.
Good evening. My name is Ryan. I am a Moreno Valley citizen. Just want to read you some headlines from over the past year. ICE taps into nationwide AI-enabled camera network, data shows. That was from May of 2025. California police are illegally sharing license plate data with ICE and Border Patrol. That was Cal Matters. That was June 2025. Leaving the door wide open, flock surveillance systems expose Washington data to immigration enforcement. Granted, that's Washington, but I wanted you to know that's coming from the Center for Human Rights at the University of Washington. Again, severe security vulnerabilities found in flock surveillance cameras. That was November of 2025. I had originally planned to speak around November. Some personal matters happened and I couldn't make it. Since then, there have been other instances of this happening nationwide. I want to be clear, this is not about ICE. Whether or not you support ICE, that is irrelevant. There tends to be a problem with this company, which is in our community, and our mayor was actually being paid by this company. How that was not a clear conflict of interest and enough to terminate the contract is very interesting to me, but I am here today to ask you to terminate this contract and not to renew it if that is not possible in the coming future, especially given the recent actions of ICE. Thank you.
The next 3 speakers are Mr. George Haig, followed by Christopher Baca, followed by Donovan Sadiq.
Good evening. This is George Haig. Talking about the general plan update and climate action plan, which eventually will be before you, according to the city attorney. You're still working on truck routes. You're still working on warehouse issues with the state attorney general. I find it very sad that it seems like a state attorney general, Department of Justice, seems to be more concerned about the residents of Moreno Valley than our own staff, your own paid consultants, our own city attorney, and they seem to be arguing with the state attorney general's office, trying to get more favorable, guidelines for the development of warehousing in our city. General plan update, you should be doing your best to protect the residents and not have to have Department of Justice pulling you through doing the right thing. You should direct staff to protect the residents and try to do what the Department of Justice is asking you to do. We already have the 40 million square foot World Logistics Center. That project alone can build 40 individual 1 million square foot warehouses. You have 4 others you've already approved. In fact, you approved one 2 months ago that without your change of zone could not have been built. So you can't just go by our general plan saying, well, this piece of land is for warehousing. No. Our planning staff and our city council has a history of changing zoning to allow warehousing where they shouldn't go. It's very sad that those things are happening. There are 4 other warehouses that are going through planning. That's almost 50 warehouses that have already been put in the pipeline or are already approved. Enough. I would also like to quickly mention in the 45 seconds I have left that the city attorney may try to convince you that the zoning was something that the litigation, the attorney general lost on the general plan update. Once again, the judge, the courts told the city they had to set aside all zoning in our city. Again, set aside all zoning in our city. Therefore, if you approve R10 again in the Northeast, you're doing it on your own because it has been set aside. That area has no sidewalks, no sewers, no bus transit, no place to walk for jobs or groceries. You have a good evening.
The next 3 speakers are Christopher Baca, followed by Donovan Sadiq, followed by Seth Cox.
Good evening again. My comments are my own and they do not reflect anybody else's opinion or views. I've mentioned before that I'm really not a litigious type of person, but I think it's necessary at this point to take it up a couple notches, being that there's been several incidences where your staff, particularly the city manager and Melissa Walker's office, have given me false information or not given me information or hindered the information. This is ongoing as far as FOIAs or PR, public records requests not being fulfilled. I've asked over and over and over about the paperwork for the MOU, and I've gotten block walls on that. I filed a claim, and the claim said that they gave me all the information. The information was not provided to me, and they're saying that they don't need to provide the public with any information regarding that MOU, and that is absolutely fake. And you are looking at a major lawsuit on that as far as the MOU is concerned. We need the information as to how that MOU was developed, who approved it, and how did that come about. And on another note, recently I called Melissa Walker's office, and I think her name is Jolene, was very rude, not only very rude, but she was mocking me as well, and they gave me misinformation. I specifically asked them about the Alessandro paving and sewer lines, and she said Highland Fair, the city has nothing to do with it. Lo and behold, a week later, there was a traffic safety meeting, and it was stated that they're putting in sewer lines. Why is the city doing this if that's part of Highland Fairview's they need to do that on their agreement. So the city is looking at major lawsuits here as far as them not putting through some of the information that needs to be put through. What are you hiding? You're obviously corrupt. You're obviously doing under the table negotiations, and this needs to stop. Nothing stays the same. And believe me, maybe we'll need to go to personal lawsuits as far as Mr. Mohan is concerned, throwing me out of here illegally and me filing a complaint and it going nowhere. It's been 110 days. I have not heard anything, a word, not a single word, as far as why he had the sheriff throw me out of this place here. He had no right to do that. And I'm filing a grievance and a claim on that, and nothing has been said. I've asked the city clerk many times. She says they have to process it. I have heard nothing, absolutely nothing. And they're giving the people that are doing the claims the misinformation. So.
The next three speakers are Donovan Sadiq, followed by Mr. Seth Cox, followed by Lindsay Robinson.
All right, good evening, you guys. Once again, to the staff, to our first responders, great job you guys do. Yeah, I agree with everything that Mr. Baca has said and Mr. George Haig has said. There's a pattern here that I want the citizens to understand what's going on here. All roads seem to lead back to Highland Fairview. There is something going on with Highland Fairview. Now, I'm coming at Highland Fairview at a different angle. For those of you guys that saw my post, I FOIA'd a request. 2016, or about that, the agreement between the city of Moreno Valley and Highland Fairview was entered into. In that agreement, he was supposed to have made a technology center, graduated graduates, or partnered with Moreno Valley, Norco, or one of those schools. The response from the city when I asked that question was, in 10 years of being patient and a taxpayer, watching my tax dollars go to his property to put in the infrastructure, the roads, or whatever else is going on over there, the city's living up to their part of the bargain. He has not graduated one person. Not one. Don't you guys think that is egregious? Now, if you were paying your mortgage and you didn't make any payments, can't the bank foreclose on you at any time for a breach of mortgage? I believe either this contract needs to be stopped or completely taken off the books if he's not going to do what he's supposed to do. What, did he think we were going to forget? We're not going to forget. At least I'm not going to forget. I'm not against what the WLC is doing. I'm not against that. Everybody knows that. I did not petition to fight warehouses. I didn't like where the warehouses were being put. But the fact of the matter is, promises were made, and this person has not kept any of his promises. He was behind in his payments for court litigation and all that. You know, we've been through all of this stuff. And you guys have a responsibility, even though you weren't on the dais when this was done, to make sure these agreements are being done. Who is this WLC coordinator? Why is it that his side gets everything and nothing has been done on our side in regards to this agreement? And it is true, $2 million was agreed upon and settled by the city in regards to the citizens whose civil rights was violated. That is a true situation. We got some explaining to do, you guys, because at this point, this agreement needs to be either stopped or paused until we get some part of our agreement done. 10 years later, no graduates.
The next three speakers are Seth Cox, followed by Lindsay Robinson, followed by Jennifer Cordova.
Evening, council, staff, public. Seth Cox, Community District 3, many years. Mine stuff is trivial tonight. Doesn't take a lot to make me happy, because you really haven't seen me mad. 2 weeks ago, I came up here and read the goals and the priorities. At that time, there was one goal on the list. Lo and behold, thank you for the city clerk, it's been updated. There's now 3 goals. Anybody read them? I'll read them to you. Community image, neighborhood pride and cleanliness, promote a sense of community pride, and foster an excellent image about our city by developing and executing programs which will result in quality development, enhance neighborhood preservation efforts, including home rehabilitation and neighborhood restoration. I will say, if you have programs in place to meet that goal, Ms. Vargas that spoke earlier should be your poster child to help, okay? She is one of the, her and her husband are one of the remaining homeowners that their primary residence is still here in Moreno Valley, okay? We are a rental community, and the rental people have no vested interest to keep the city up, okay? Those absentee owners that bought and then decided that it was okay and more beneficial to them to rent their house out by the room, they don't care. They collect their money for 10 years, make hundreds of thousands of dollars, pay you their little trivial fines, sell the property, and still make money. So you need to help the Vargas family. The other one that was added, revenue diversification and preservation. Develop a variety of city revenue sources and policies to create a stable revenue base and fiscal policies to support essential city services regardless of economic climate. Excuse me. Good luck. Best of luck on that one. With that said, thank you for updating the goals, but I will ask everybody on the dais, all the commissions, subcommissions, whatever we got around here, to think about those goals and those priorities on every decision that's made by the people that represent the city. Thank you.
Next three speakers are Lindsay Robinson, followed by Jennifer Cordova, followed by Carla Cervantes.
Good evening, council, staff, and residents. I would like to thank and compliment the Public Works crew, or trio, that showed up at the Traffic Safety Commission meeting and gave an excellent presentation on the truck route proposed draft. And they did an excellent job and stayed and answered all our questions. I do want to point out on the map that you have office commercial north of the freeway on Moreno Beach, and that is not true because we're in the 2006 general plan. It's only office, so please correct that. I went to the city website and you've already uploaded the unapproved general plan information, so please put the 2006 information back up there because that's what we're operating under. While I was there, I was researching about evacuation routes, and I found on page Safety 6, page 21, you're talking about evacuations. Northwestern area of the city can be completed in 2.5 hours, and evacuation of the northwestern area can be completed in 1.5 hours. So that means you didn't study the Northeast or what? But in the Northeast, it will take much longer because we have large animals and you need trucks and trailers to get in there to get everybody's animals out. I was looking for information on whether the city followed the law under the SB 99 and AB 747, which is a clear law that states, I will read it, you have to have full disclosure to the public with your general plan and before that the fire department report and also the city council report on both of those bills. It became law after the Paradise Camp fire, and California is not pushing high density and high fire risk land, quite the opposite. So you guys need to look into that and make sure you're following that law and have full disclosure, which you have not done. It doesn't mean information available upon request. It means full disclosure and let the public know these reports. I guess that was just about it today. But please get those reports done, and also the truck routes. I hope you will keep that map because it really looks like you're looking after the people, and that even though you're going to go let people do stuff online, make sure that people, like warehouse people, can't go on there and skew the data. That's easy to do. And please remove commercial and R10 from the Northeast. We are a high fire area. There's no way in heck you can get Moreno Meadows in there, which is between Moreno Beach and Nason, because that is on your own city map, high-risk fire, and we can't evacuate all these high-density homes if you put them in. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Jennifer Cordova, followed by Carlos Cervantes, followed by Franco Pacheco.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Cordova. I'm a 35-year resident in the rural northeast area of the city. We raised our family here. We love Moreno Valley. I implore the council to please vote yes on the warehouse moratorium and to extend the moratorium for all of 2026, as the cities of Paris and Redlands have done. As Mr. Hague said, almost 50 warehouses have been or are being planned, and I just feel like enough's enough. The 60 freeway can't handle all the additional truck traffic. In my opinion, all this is making our city unlivable for residents, especially commuters, and it's a quality of life issue. I worked at Kaiser Fontana as a nurse for 31 years. Believe me, I know about trying to get in and out of the city in any direction. It's a battle. Then also, for the same reasons, I oppose changing the northeast zoning to R10 from R2, north of Ironwood, west of Moreno Beach. Once again, Ironwood and the 60 cannot handle all the additional traffic. I'm really worried about that. The R10 being pushed as part of the general plan update is not needed. 18,000 units have already been planned in the last several years. Once again, there's no sewers, sidewalks, public transport, access to jobs in that area, and now it's designated as a high fire risk area. The houses just on the south side of Ironwood have all gotten notices from fire insurance, and it's just unbelievable, the prices that they're being asked to pay. So it just doesn't make sense to me. Enough's enough. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Carlos Cervantes, followed by Franco Pacheco, followed by Luis Palomares.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Carlos Cervantes. All opinions stated in this comment are my own. I'm a resident in the Mead Valley, Paris area, and I'm very concerned, as many in the city and region are, about ICE agents separating families and racially profiling citizens as well. I know that you guys are not our national government, but you guys are the regional government here, and if you guys do not come from indigenous ancestry, then you guys are immigrants as well. The city of Jurupa Valley, there has been an ordinance passed to protect all residents. The ordinance does not allow for agents to be masked and does not allow for public spaces like parks and churches to be used for ICE agents to be able to use those kind of facilities. I think that it may seem like it's a small step forward, but it does make a big impact, and it would actually make a big impact in the region as well, because then we can use that to be able to push for the city of Paris to do the same as well. Thank you for listening to my comments.
The next three speakers are Franco Pacheco, followed by Luis Palomares, followed by Mr. Blake.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Franco Pacheco. I'm a resident in the area, Riverside County, District 1, and I want to echo the comments made by the previous speaker. Jurupa Valley has just passed a resolution to help protect their residents and their constituents from the violence and terror that ICE has perpetrated on our people. This is a matter for everybody, whether you're black, brown, white. I mean, people are getting shot in the face. So I urge the council to adopt a similar resolution, if not a more impactful one, to help present the residents of this community and help urge other cities and other councils to do the same. Thank you.
The next two speakers are Luis Palomares, followed by Mr. Blake.
Luis Palomares, community activist. Wow. It never ceases to amaze me. The lady that got up here, her and her husband are teachers in the community. It's a sad day in Moreno Valley when this can happen. I mean, she did everything right. She dotted all her I's and crossed all her T's. And still, what's going on? Who's asleep at the switch here? We pay good money to everybody that works here, the staff. What's going on here? I mean, come on, help this lady out. She shouldn't even be fined all these fines. She'll wipe it off the book. She's done everything she needs to do. Shame on us here as a council, you know, because it's not our house. It's okay. No, it's not okay, because what affects one citizen here in Moreno affects us all. It's sad. It's sad. And then I'm going to talk about our $2 million mayor here. Wow. You know, $2 million. He cost the city of Moreno Valley $2 million on a restraining order that was all false. You know, had the Thomas is in court for a whole year on a lie. Well, the court decided, oh, wow, this ain't working. So they came back, sued, and we got to pay them $2 million for trampling over the First Amendment right, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This mayor has cost us an arm and a leg and a fortune. Now, there was another gentleman that spoke about cameras and all that. Well, the mayor was working for this company. Isn't that a conflict of interest? A conflict of interest. And then later on, he turns around and sues them because sexual harassment, somebody was harassing him, some other man there was harassing him, so he got $1 from that company. Isn't that a conflict of interest that we would allow our mayor to work for a company that's, you know, we're using for camp or whatever the issues are? It's sad. It's a sad day in Moreno Valley. Come on. And, you know, $2 million, a lot of stuff we could have did with that money. I mean, God, I can't sleep over it sometimes. He sleeps real good, though, because he got a lawsuit. He got a lawsuit settlement with the sexual harassment laws from that company he used to work for. People don't know this. People don't even have a clue what's going on. They're too busy trying to make a living going on freeways back and forth to feed their families. But now we got a lot of other things going on in our community that are, you know, unspeakable, that I never thought in all my years I would see what's going on in our community. The last gentleman, the last lady talked about it. It's sad. It's sad. And on another note, James, while he does an excellent job with the homeless program that he's got, building up life. Thank you, James. Thank you so much. I salute you for that. You know, so again, and all our nonprofits that are doing what they need to do in our community. So, Mayor, let's do this right. Let's make the things right here in our community. Get on the right track. You got, how many more months to go? 9 months? Do the right thing in the 9 months. Turn it around, please, for the community. We the people, for the people, by the people. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mr. Blake.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Do you have a contact number that you can give your citizens to make contact with you?
Can we pause the time just so I don't take any time? We don't respond during public comment, but we will make sure to get you that information, and any questions we will follow up on. We just don't go back and forth during public comment, and that's across the board.
No problem. So be advised, I filled out the paperwork that you're referring to on or about 9 months ago. No one got back with me. I'm the young man who came to your office to make contact with you, and the police were called, and Deputy Padilla hauled me off in handcuffs, just like almost the same treatment as Mr. Baca. They arrested me and put me in jail, and I had to bail out, and then the department sent me a letter saying, hey, that was a detention, that was not an arrest. And the Mr. Moron or whatever, he was involved as well. I heard that name as well today. So that's why I'm asking. I'm still having an ongoing problem with Riverside County Sheriff Department, who are contracted as police. But here's the problem. I believe they have been breaching that contract. And I have been trying to address that, but the blue wall has, well, beige wall rather, has been put up and I've been having a hard time. But I'm willing to fight this to the T. If the police have to kill me in the process, set me up, so be it. I'm not going to let this slide. I'm willing to lay my life on the line and let them harm me for continuing to open my mouth. And that's why I'm here today. I was here 9 months ago. You promised me help. I haven't gotten any help. Since then, I've had to write multiple complaints against the police department. And now when I call for service, they tell me this, quote, one sergeant, one officer, quote, all you're going to do is write us up. What do you want our help for? Because I need a call of service, and the only reason I write you up is because you breached whatever you were supposed to do. I do not lie in the reports, and I make sure that they are accurate with the who, what, where, when, and why. Ms. Sarah Mack, do you have a number that the citizens can make contact with you with? Your previous number has been disconnected, and I'd like to know if you have a new one. Could you verbally say it so the citizens can have it? Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. So in my 27 seconds, I'd like to say I've had ongoing problems with my life being in danger. The police are not helping. When they come, they act as if I'm just another nigger, and they treat me that way, and they go on about their business. And this is heartbreaking because I purchased a house in this city in 1999, and God has allowed me to continue to stay in this city. I basically have no problems with this city, but my life is in danger right now via citizens and law enforcement.
Thank you again, and like I said, we'll make sure to follow up with you as well to schedule a time to meet with you. Thank you.
The next two speakers are Bob Palomares, followed by Roy Blackard.
Good evening, Council. I would like to say thank you to our first responders. Some people come up here and mention the $2 million. Actually, it's over $2 million. You know, attorney fees, that's just a settlement. The emotional stress and everything that goes with it. But anyway, perhaps the city should invite Mr. Benzivi to one of these council meetings to answer all the questions that these people have. And also, I heard Ms. Robinson talk about the streets and the emergencies, and when is the city ever going to talk with the neighboring cities, the county, and the state about building more exits out of this city? Because if the big one ever comes, we don't even have an emergency and you can't get out of here in the morning. So it would be crazy if something like that happened. So you need to make it a priority to start talking with the cities, the county, and the state agencies about partnering and making ways out of here. You know, I mean, nobody cares about us, so we better care about ourselves. And there was an incident. I came here to get a permit to put an AC unit and a furnace, and there was a gentleman there at the next window when I was waiting on my paperwork, and it's not a criticism that I'm saying, it's just something that I observed. He was telling the lady at the window about things that I applied for, and they asked me for this, and I provided all the information, and here I am for the third time at this window. And he goes on and says, you know, I'm talking about a $50 million a year business here in Moreno Valley, but now I'm thinking, am I in the right city? So, you know, I thought to myself, well, it's not the lady at the window or the gentleman that was helping me. It's the policy. If you go buy a car and it's $50,000, you're going to sit down with the salesman and the finance people and go over it. That's what the city needs to do. get more personal with the people that are going to conduct business here. Thank you.
Last speaker is Roy Blecker.
Looks like we're turning back the clock. We're going to get in the old vibe we used to have in this building back a little bit. On that, what a difference a year makes. A year ago, inflation was raising, our border was in crisis. There was gloom, despair, and agony on me all across the nation. Eggs were $12 a dozen, $1 a piece. Today I walked into the Smart and Final at Paris Boulevard in Alessandro, and much to my surprise, a dozen eggs were $1.47, or about 12 cents a piece. What's changed from a year ago today? The 4-year reign of terror of Joe Biden was over, and Donald J. Trump was sworn in as president, as the 47th president of the United States. And you may laugh at that, but in the 4 years of the reign of terror, the statistics from the United States Bureau of Labor Statistics showed real wage growth in the Biden administration was a negative 4%. They just released the statistics for the last year, and they are up 1.5%. That means your dollar, your labor, buys you more today than it did last year, but in the 4 previous years, you went backwards almost 5%. That's the difference a year makes. And as Mr. Palomero said, that's the difference public policy makes. And why I bring this out is, if you, and one of my Royisms 101, if we sit at a table and we get away from all the predispositions, we will find that we all have much more common ground than we have differences. And when we start from that point, our differences will be much easier to solve. And we will build on the strength of our success. Just like the Indiana football team that just won the championship, the worst football team in college history, went 16-0 and kicked the ass of Miami, with basically football players in. That just goes to show you. And I've said, 2026, the year of the badass. If you get your badass on, there's nothing you or I or all of us cannot accomplish.
Mayor, that concludes all the public comments on items not on the agenda.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and thank you to all of our public speakers as well. We'll go ahead and move into the next item on the agenda, which is the joint consent calendars. And before I open the consent calendar for any public comment, I will look to my colleagues to see if there are any items that they wish to remove from the consent calendar for any separate action. Seeing none, we will go ahead and move into public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on the consent calendar?
Roy Blecker.
I-13 kind of caught my eye. Seems like the city is now willing or requesting to turn over $7 million in our taxpayer funds under your control over to the crime syndicate in Val Verde Unified School District. Now, in case you don't know, it's the Moreno Valley Unified Crime Syndicate. Now, if I had to roll the dice between the crime syndicate and the city zoo, well, it would be a tough choice. I would roll with the city zoo because no matter how bad a job you guys may or may not be doing, it pales into comparison of the failure of the crime syndicate. and to turn over those to those who have systematically destroyed, at one time was one of the top education performing school districts in this frickin' state, and turned it into a quagmire of killing our kids' future. On top of that, as Valverde was trying to dig out of the morass that's been around here, the crime syndicate is now pulling them back down to where? In both school districts now, 3 out of 4 kids are not at grade level. Yet we're spending $27,000 per Gavin Newsom on his budget per student, K through 12, which is 3 times more than we were doing 12 years ago. And you're going to turn $7 million over to entities that are failing worse than you. I don't see the logic in that. But we don't know why or why you're doing it. But I would recommend not turning that kind of money over to a organization that has systematically failed this community and failed our kids and failed our future.
The next speaker is Luis Palomares.
Community activists. See, this is what I'm talking about. You know, the consent calendar that's made up behind the scenes, and you know, you make up your mind, and this is all kind of money. I think this is for the after-school program. If I'm not mistaken, it's swamping over. I could be wrong, but anyway, that's a lot of money. If it's for the after-school program, I get it. But what about the money they had for it? What did they do with it? They misspend all our money all day long, and they make 6 figures. The superintendent, that do-nothing superintendent, the board members. You know, they're crooks. You know, it's all about them. We got students in the school, special needs students that can't get what they need. You got to go to battle with them to get something, you know, speech. Kids that need speech, 15 minutes of speech they want to give them when they really need an hour a week, you know, broken up. Or maybe 45 minutes, they want to throw them 15 minutes of speech in a group of 5. This is our school district. This is what our school districts are. And we're going to hand them over some money. Like I said, it might be for the other reason. They're swamping over the after-school program with whatever. But anyway, this is what I'm going to say. It's bad over there. It's bad over there. And like Roy says, he calls it, we don't always agree on everything, but we agree on a lot. And what we agree with, we talk about. But like, golly, my train of thinking went out the window here. But as far as, no, it's a lot of money, and I hope you clear it up, ask the staff questions so we could understand it over here on this end. You know, so we could understand what's going on with the schooling, the money. Yeah, they were here last council meeting and gave a big whole raw how great we're doing, a big II or whatever they call it, AI, or a big old presentation, you know. Come on, how great we are. Moreno Valley we are, or some bogus shirt they wore. Give me a break. Go fight for our kids. Go do what we need for our kids. Let the parents know all the resources we have here for our kids. They don't let them know. But when they want to pass a bond, you know, the taxes more on our property taxes, they're sending all kinds of their propaganda home in the students' backpacks all day long. Our mailbox is filled with that stuff. But, you know, hey, that's the way they run it over there. And that's what, when Roy says it's a crime syndicate, he's talking about the Moreno Valley Unified School District. The board members, you got 2 board members that are trying to do something right over there. But the other 3, Sammy Luna, Brandy, and poor CJ, he's just a boat. Well, vote this way, okay, whatever you want. Half the time he's in and out. He don't even got a clue what's going on the dais. So how dare us? Give him the money. As long as we know, explain what the money's about. If it's for the after-school program, I get it. So let's see, and I hope that's what it is. And why? How come we're doing it that way when they took care of it? So thank you.
Mayor, that concludes all of public comments on tonight's agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will, go ahead and bring it back to the dais. It sounds like there's some requests for clarification on I-13. So at this time, we'll bring it back to the dais for questions, comments, And we'll go to D1 or D4.
City Manager, can you please explain what is going on with I-13? Because I do understand there may be some confusion because we did have it and then it went back. So can you please explain what's going on with I-13?
Yes, Councilmember. Mayor, council members, the item does deal with ACES program, which is the After School Education and Safety Program. It is a California Department of Education program that is funded through the state. In fact, the city does get monies directly from the state. In 2025, early 2025, the CDE, or California Department of Education, sent us letters stating that this particular funding could no longer go to municipalities. We are one of a very small handful of municipalities that actually receive this funding. They typically go through the local education agencies or the school districts in our jurisdiction. So we were notified in early 2025 that we were no longer going to receive these funds. We started transitioning curriculum over to the school districts, both districts. And then all of a sudden, several months later, they reevaluated the program and said, oh, you're going to get your funding for this particular program year. So as we had already started the conversation with the local educational agencies, MV Unified School District and VV Unified School District, we started additional conversations with what they're doing with their current program, because they also receive funding directly from the state. And they're looking at potentially moving away from the contractor in which we do business with. So we contract with a certain educator that runs the program, the after-school program at each of their facilities. They're looking to potentially move away from that particular facilitator. In talking with the state, it makes it very difficult from an audit perspective because it's still under the same umbrella of funding. And so if we're working directly with a different contractor than they are, it becomes very difficult from an administrative perspective to identify what children are under what program. And the state has said, you run audit risks. And so in talking with staff and the fact that this funding can only go to after-school education and safety programs, in which both districts already run, and run well and are compliant with audits as identified by the state, it makes sense from an administrative perception to have the state fund directly from the state to the both local educational agencies in our city, and then whatever determined contractor to run the curriculum would be up to them, and they wouldn't have audit risks, and we wouldn't have potential clawback from any particular grants that were decided to be the expenditures not supported by the granting agency. So that concludes my comments. Hopefully that gives a complete umbrella or gist of what this program is. But for clarification to the one speaker's comments, this is the After-School Education and Safety Program.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager, for clarifying and expounding on that. Are there any further questions or comments from the council on the consent calendar? Seeing none, we can go ahead and entertain a motion and a second to approve and adopt the consent calendar.
So moved.
Second.
That motion?
Go ahead.
There is a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. Please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard?
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado?
Yes.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez?
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That motion carries unanimously. Next up, we will move into item J, which is our public hearings, and a friendly reminder that questions or comments from the public on a public hearing matter are limited to 3 minutes per individual and must pertain to the subject matter that is under consideration. Those wishing to testify should complete and submit a goldenrod speaker slip to the city clerk's staff. Item J1 is an ordinance amending section 5.02.320 to Title V of the Municipal Code relating to license requirements of contractors and subcontractors to enhance compliance with local labor standards. And we will start off by handing it over to our City Manager, Brian Mohan, for a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. If you recall, back in June of 2025, we brought forth a concept that was then fully studied within the study session in September of 2025. And basically what the idea is ensuring that our business license function, department, division, is getting the proper documentation from contractors and subcontractors. Currently, our codification of our municipal code requires that a list of general contractors, they provide us information related to their subcontractors and so forth. And that's currently in our codification of our municipal code. This takes it a little bit further. And what it does is it prescribes the detailed information as to what must be included within the report to the city. This ensures that all contractors and subcontractors are properly licensed at the state level and hold business license at the city level. It also ensures that the time of the report must be prior to permit issuance. It also is only looking at exempting small projects. So we're only really looking at larger projects. The smaller projects with developments within 20 plus units or commercial industrial of 20,000 square feet or more would be needing to go through this additional reporting than what is already prescribed in our municipal code. It also does allow certain changes to our municipal code that if for some reason we do get incomplete reporting, that we could then potentially have remedies, stop work orders, revocation of permit, penalty fees, and so forth. This is a concept that was very similar to what was approved in Ontario, what was approved in Riverside. This concept in working with the Inland Empire Trade Councils is just to provide best practice in ensuring that we have the information needed to ensure that everybody is properly licensed. With that concludes my presentation, but I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager. Appreciate the staff report. We will bring it back to the dais for any council questions of staff.
I just have one clarification, Brian. We did go through an entire study session on this exact process back in September of 2025, right?
Yes, specifically September 9th of 2025.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that. Thank you.
Are there any further questions from the council for staff? Seeing no questions at this time, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on this item?
We do, Mayor. The first two speakers are Eddie Campos, followed by Christopher Baca.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Eddie Campos. I'm a representative with the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. We support the proposed ordinance amendment section 5.02.320 of Title V of the Municipal Code to strengthen the license requirements for contractors and subcontractors. This amendment will enhance compliance with local labor standards by ensuring that businesses operating within the city meet established wages, workplace, and employment obligations. By tying contractors and subcontractors licensing to labor standards compliance, the city promotes fair competition, protects workers from unlawful practices, and holds all parties accountable to the same rules. These changes also provide the city with clear enforcement mechanisms and help prevent bad actors from undermining responsible employers. Overall, this ordinance represents a practical and effective step towards improving compliance, safeguarding worker rights, and reinforcing the integrity of the city's contracting and licensing framework. Thank you very much for your time.
The next speaker is Christopher Baca.
Good evening. Again, my comments are my own and do not reflect anybody else's views or opinions. Cesar Chavez was against the Bracero program because he was a labor organizer, and labor was primarily for people that were organizing legitimately and trying to get better wages. But yet corporations, of course, or the big growers wanted the cheap labor and would pay them morsels. The Bracero program, they paid the government, they didn't even pay them morsels for the work that labor wanted to get done. With that in mind, my grievance here is the audacity and the hypocrisy of our city manager to bring in this type of stuff. I'm all for it. It's a good thing. But what about the illegal employees that they have currently at the Skechers building right now? You know, you guys did not impose any type of labor agreements that any organized labor should be doing that type of work, especially you guys working here, the hypocrisy of you being pro-labor and so forth, but yet you turn the blind eye when you have these mega projects here hiring, bringing in truckloads of illegals. I'm sorry, I'm not against illegal. I'm fighting ICE. I'm against all of that stuff. That's not the point here. The point here is labor and the hypocrisy of this city council, particularly these calling themselves progressives, and yet allowing and turning a blind eye whenever these developers come in and you guys don't impose any type of labor restrictions or labor needs from people that work in our community. This is labor. It's just outrageous, and that's what I wanted to point out. That this is just nitpicking at something that it's good, but the bigger picture is other stuff that need to be done, such as these big mega warehouses not hiring labor. You got other entities such as the renters or people renting, corporations renting out houses and keeping rental prices high. That's not regulated. And there's so many other things to do. But yet this is just, to me, it's good, but it's petty, and there's bigger things that need to be looked at.
Next speaker is Roy Bleckard.
Better late than never. This should have been on the books a long time ago. There's been a lot of that, and I mean, this is an industry I know very well. We've had a lot of things that have actually, let me put it nicely, that have been the detriment to the guys and gals that work in our construction industry for many decades. They've suffered a lot over things that should have never happened in the first place, but we really need to get on board. And this just boils down to following the rules. And if we do that in every aspect, you will find that you will not find what's happening today or has happened. You wouldn't even have to be dealing with this. I've seen the industry change a lot in the time I've been on this earth, in parts of 7 decades. And I hope it can get back to the opportunity like I had and my generation had. That was one of the prime industries in this area that you could glom onto and you could build a future with. And it still is that today. But it's things like this that will make that opportunity stronger for those in the future. Jobs in the construction industry are some of the most vital and important jobs in our industry, but they get ignored a lot. you don't hear a lot of people sticking up for the people in that industry. And I think it's time that that changes, that we strengthen our industries in that on both sides. And as I said down at the county, one of the last projects you wouldn't have seen, even a few years ago, you wouldn't have seen labor and business cooperating like they did down there. And it's things like this is bringing that together. And when we do that, it will be to the benefit of everyone. So let's look at passing this particular ordinance and then strengthening not only this, but the futures of everybody that will depend on this industry. And everybody at some point depends on the men and women that work in the construction industry.
Mayor, that concludes all of public testimony on this item.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We will go ahead and bring it back to the dais. And at this time, being that public comment has concluded, we will officially close the public hearing and bring it back to the dais for any council questions of staff or deliberation and ultimately a vote. So I'll go ahead and look to my colleagues to see if there are any requests.
I'll just reiterate what I said in September, that this is something that I think that the city wanted, and then labor groups wanted. And again, it's just checks and balances, and that's the way it was presented to us, the way I took it anyway. So I can go for it.
The only thing I'll add is to say thank you and express gratitude, especially to all of the locals, all those in the building trades, for bringing this forward. None of us can take credit for this. We have to give all credit to the building trades for being proactive, for making sure that you all are making sure that we do everything we can to have the highest quality construction and development in the city of Moreno Valley, that we also are able to ensure compliance when it comes to things like labor and making sure that folks are getting paid what they deserve, what they've worked for, and that everything is being done appropriately. So I just want to commend all of the building trades, especially all those that are represented here this evening in the members of the public in the crowd, and I look forward to voting yes on this item as well. Is there any further deliberation from the council? If not, I will make a motion to approve this item.
I'll second that motion.
There's a motion and a second. Please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard?
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado?
Yes.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez?
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, and that passes with 5 yeses. And next up, we will move into our general business items. We do have a few of those. The first one is K1, a Public Arts Commission 2025 calendar year annual report. And we will begin by turning it over to our Parks Department for a staff report.
Yes, Mayor. This report is going to be given by our chair of the Public Arts Committee or Commission, excuse me. And she's coming up to the podium as we speak.
Madam Chair, welcome.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Samantha Contreras, and I serve as the chair for the Public Arts Commission. Tonight, I'm pleased to present our annual report and highlight the Commission's work supporting public arts, cultural engagement, and community identity throughout Moreno Valley this past year. The Public Art Commission serves in an advisory role to the City Council. Our responsibility is to plan for arts, promote education and engagement, support artists and cultural organizations, and ensure that the arts and culture remain an integral part of Moreno Valley's growth and quality to life. So why does public art matter? So I want to briefly share why public arts matters. Public art plays a critical role in Moreno Valley, especially as our city grows. and evolves. Public art helps define who we are as a community. It tells our story in shared, visible spaces that are accessible to everyone, regardless of anyone's background or income. Studies consistently show that communities with active public art programs experience increased civic pride, stronger community connection, and more vibrant public spaces. Here in Moreno Valley, public art activates our parks, streets, and neighborhoods, turning everyday places into meaningful destinations. Public art is an investment in our local creative economy. It provides paid opportunities for artists, encourages community participation, and contributes to the overall livability and economic vitality of our city. In Moreno Valley, public art isn't just decorative, it's a tool for connection, identity, and long-term community building. So this is a list of all of our current and active commissioners. As you can see, every district is represented here. And we even have like a teen spot, which we do have another one in case anyone wants to apply. Please do so. The commission supported the call to artists and entertainment for the Multicultural and Arts Festival. 24 artists participated, representing a wide range of cultures and artistic mediums. This event demonstrated how public art and culture programming brings residents together and celebrates Moreno Valley's diversity. The commission reviewed and approved the public art program funding request for the Silly Sunflower sculpture at the community garden. The city council approved the recommendation in October, supporting a permanent artwork that enhanced a shared community space. The commission approved funding and locations for a broader city call to artists for the utility box wrap program with 32 boxes available, 8 per district. This initiative provides ongoing opportunities for artists and expands public art into neighborhoods across the city. The program is ongoing, so please visit the Public Arts website to submit your designs. And speaking of designs, the commission recommended approval of 5 utility boxes designed by local and regional artists, with hopefully the 6th one being approved tonight. These projects transform everyday infrastructures into accessible public art and increase visibility for artists throughout Moreno Valley. The City Council approved the recommendations in November. We also recommended to expand the art loan policy to include Riverside County artists. This change increases equitability, broadens artistic perspectives, and allows Moreno Valley to showcase a wider range of artwork. The City Council approved this update in November. So once again, please apply if you haven't already. We would love to see your art. The commission also provided input on the Immersive Museum, specifically advocating for a space where local artists and community classes could take place. As a result, a dedicated community art space was incorporated into the design. And that's the design. It looks super cute. To support all of these programs, the commission recommended a $250,000 budget. The funding allows the city to strategically invest in public art programs and projects, artist opportunities, and long-term cultural planning. The commission also volunteered as judges for the Moreno Valley Unified School District Art Show, supporting student artists. We also saw the completion of the El Potero Park mural, which included community workshops and educational materials, reinforcing public art as both creative and educational. The commission held regular meetings during the reporting period. Attendance remained really strong, which allowed us to maintain effective governance and fulfilled our advisory responsibility. In closing, public art is part of Moreno Valley's community infrastructure. It strengthens identity, ensures access to culture, and creates meaningful connection between residents, artists, and place. On behalf of the Public Arts Commission, thank you to the City Council for your continued support. We look forward to continuing the work and building upon the momentum we've created together. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the report. Is this your first one that you've done officially?
Yes.
The first one?
Yes.
Yeah, so welcome. This is going to be an annual occurrence, so I appreciate you being here and making the time. We'll bring it back to the dais for any questions for Madam Chair or for our staff. Are there any questions from the council?
I just want to say thank you. This is exactly the report that we were looking for, to see what you're doing, to acknowledge your commitment to the commission and all the work that you do. We appreciate you, and programs like this just couldn't run without residents. So that you're active and that you have work output is just fabulous, and it's so great to be able to share with the community all the hard work that you do. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I have some comments, but I'll hold off until after public comment to share those. So if there are no further questions, we can go ahead and move into public comment. Feel free to take a seat, and then if afterwards, if we have more questions, we'll go ahead and call you back up. Thank you once again, Madam Chair. Madam Clerk, I will go ahead and turn back to you. Do we have any requests to speak on this item?
We do. Roy Bleckert.
One of the things that struck me, and I think I put this idea out before, with this utility box, you got 32 of 500, that's 16 grand. Why couldn't we use or come up with a concept of having, with all these, when we come up with these mural ideas or boxes, why can't we go look for business or corporate or individual sponsorships for them, so we don't have to use those funds that are in here for that particular purpose? We could use them for something else. It's how you build community. It's how you use your assets wisely. Because maybe the Big L back here can check this out, but if you go over the bridge from the county over there to walk into there, they have a nice big mural on the bridge over there that I think some dude from here got 70 grand to do something over here on the Conference and Rec Center. His name's on it, but it has, funny thing, Altura Credit Union on it. I bet you they sponsored that particular one, and maybe it didn't even cost us, the county citizens, which we all are of Riverside, a dime. Instead, we go blow 70,000, 250 grand, 16,000 in things we had other avenues to pull those projects off. That way, using those funds for maybe things that really need a boost. Like maybe the projects like that was kind of promised, of working with the crime syndicate or Valverde and getting the kids involved in some of those. We would have money to do those projects had we have done our policy wisely, as Mr. Palomares said. So I put these concepts out, sadly, and I think to the detriment of our community, most of the time, it blows right by. But as the last one shows, and I believe that's a pretty much, by most anybody's standards, is a political statement. And I even put the proposal, where's my proposal that I put before this council, this staff? If you're going to give 250 grand or 50 grand or that and make political statements put on the city, well, then there should be equal time, as I proposed, and who better to use that equal time than yours truly, of doing that to maybe have a different point of view. Sadly, you don't want to see that.
The next speaker is Luis Palomares.
Oh, no, he was over too.
You go, Roy. Like I said, we don't always agree on everything, but we agree on we go for it. Okay. Wow, the arts. This is great. The DID fees, it goes into the arts. And we got a lot of different murals that would be lots of money. Like Roy said, $70,000 for one mural, $50,000, $25,000. Hey, it's all good, but what does it cost? The costs are too high. Let's look around for a better deal on the next ones we're going to bring up. Now, as far as the utility boxes, it's great. They look beautiful. You know, but how many of those people live in our community? I know we're saying some, but how many of those people live in our community? How many local artists? You know, and there's so many things we could do with this DID fee money, not just do murals. We got a lot of them. They look good. I'm not saying they don't, but I don't want to see a city covered with them. But saying all that, if I want to, I'll go down freeway downtown LA, and you got them all over there, and they look great there. That's where they belong. I don't want them painted all over our city, but they look good, the ones that are there. But saying all that, we're paying a lot of money. And with these DID fees, we could do more than just murals and wrapping boxes. We can start classes for our students here in Moreno Valley, you know, to do sculpturing, to do art, painting, dance, music, instruments. We're all just pouring into one pot. Let's spread the wealth. Let's go into our schools and see, since we like the school district and we're all on board with them now, let's go over there and say, hey, let me give you some news here. We got this thing we want to do with the arts. What do you need? What can we do here with the schools to make this happen besides just murals everywhere? What could we do for the students, middle school, high school, grammar school students? Yeah, let's spread it. Not just, you know, murals everywhere. And not just 70,000. Well, these are his people. This is our mayor. They came and lobbied him. These are a lot of the artists you know. They filled the room because they were going to get something out of it. Oh, yeah, come, we got the DID fees. We're going to get art program, yada, yada. Hey, where are they now? They got their money and they're out of here. Wow. And we, the people here that live in this community, what about our kids? What about our students? Why don't you go and lobby them and say, this council, this staff, hey, we got this going on. Why don't we build a huge team center, a community center where we can have all this like we have right here, but bigger than that and better than, let's think out of the darn box. We don't, every time we get money from the DID fees, we don't have to spend it. Let's start, you know, putting a down payment on a house, building a building. We got land here, we can do it. We got the money. Hey, we got a mortgage in the building, so what? Look at how many things can come out of that building good. People that play music, people that play instruments, people that dance, people that sing, people that have art, people that paint murals, people that do sculptures. We're bigger than that and we're better than that. Let's get going now. Hey, come on.
The next speaker is Donovan Sadiq.
Okay, I agree with everything Louise and Roy has said. I don't want to take up too much of your time. Fantastic presentation. Fantastic presentation. This is how commissions are supposed to do. And, you know, what's happening, advises you guys, you know, because you guys can't be everywhere at all the time. With all these meetings and stuff that you guys go to, some of you guys are working. You guys don't have that information. But there's an old saying, follow the money. All money in. Now, the last council meeting, I brought up an idea from Scott Heverin a few years ago about the Veterans Committee. Now, just think of the information you can have from the Veterans Committee. They got a new KC-47 coming to the base. They just broke ground on some of the facilities there. That's a lot of money. Now, I was stationed at the base. I retired at the base. And I'm going to tell you, an active duty base brings into the local economy $65 million to the local economy. That's a lot of contracting to dry cleaners, restaurants, you name it, you know, whatever else is going on. We don't have a veterans committee. We don't have an advisory committee. Do you know how many of these veterans out here that are former colonels and generals that have connections and all this other stuff that could go? The more stuff we have going at that base makes it strategic for what is going to be coming down the pipe. I'm not saying the base is going to open back up. I wish it would. But the point is, there's money to be made. And like I said, that committee thing was great. But let's face it, a lot of these committees don't bring the city money. it asks for the city's money to do the projects that they do. I mean, that's just the bottom line. March Air Reserve Base, and I'm a veteran, unfortunately, is the biggest employer in this city. And I come up here time and time again, always telling you guys, you got to take care of the biggest employer. Once those assets gone, right now the base is pumping in about $16 million, from $65 million at a high to about $16 million in the local community. We could do better if we had people that know what's going on, that can advise you guys and put that thing going. So I hope you guys are working hard on getting an ad hoc committee to get that committee going. Scott is a veteran. There's a lot of veterans in this area, and I think it would be in the city's best interest to get a committee so that we could get that money. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes all of public comments for this item.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk, and thank you to all of our public speakers as well. We'll go ahead and bring it back to the dais for council comments or questions, and I would like to just kind of kick off the deliberation with a few comments. And actually, I won't make the motion now, but to Donovan's recommendation there and Scott Heveren's suggestion there of forming a Veterans Commission, I'll wait until the end of the agenda for future agenda items to formally make that motion. That is an excellent suggestion. But to this specific item, want to once again say thank you to the Arts Commission, Madam Chair, Samantha Contreras, and all of your colleagues. I love attending those meetings, even though I can't make it all the time because, life, family, kids, all that good stuff. But when I can make it, just love to hear those conversations. And I didn't ask, and I didn't want to put you on the spot, but just love all the you and your colleagues, your backgrounds as well. The occupations that you have, maybe working in a museum or formerly working at Disneyland, working on all the different design and all of that. We have a lot of heavy hitters here in the city of Moreno Valley. And, this commission, when it was revived a couple years ago and started to really function again, we started to see, all of the talent come out from Moreno Valley and start to be a part of the conversation. And so over the past few years we've seen the arts really take off in the city of Moreno Valley. It took a lot of heavy lifting to get here, but I think it was long overdue to just add another component to the city of all the various things that we do as we continue to grow and develop and get new restaurants and hotels and housing, etc. How do we continue to meet that need of the residents always asking for more things to do for their families and for their children especially? That's something that I'm sure all of my colleagues can attest to. Consistently, we hear from our residents, we need more things to do in the city so we don't have to leave town every weekend to go find something entertaining and fun for our families and our children to do. So, this is just one drop in that bucket of us trying to meet that need by providing these programs, initiatives. And I invite all of you to spread the word. I know staff does everything that they can, media, posting to our social media platforms and all of that, letting folks know that you can apply. There is funding available. We need the applications to come in, though. We need more people to apply to, apply for funding for classes for our students at the school districts. That's an excellent idea. The funding is there, and it is not limited to just murals. But I will say, kind of stealing staff's thunder, when it comes to art diff, development impact fees, for specifically the art fund, that money can only be used for arts. It cannot be used for anything outside of the arts. And there are other diff funds that they all function the same way. Road diff, only for roads. Park diff, only for parks. And so our authority is very narrow when it comes to allocating those fundings, that funding. And we do the best that we can. But I invite all of you, especially the folks watching at home, if you're an artist or you know someone that does this kind of work, or you're a teacher, you don't even have to be an artist. Someone that is willing and able to provide a service or something for our community that revolves around the arts, there is funding available, and we invite all of you to submit your applications. One of the things that has been circling in my mind for a long time, and I'll propose it at the end of the meeting as well, is I would love for us to have a conversation about trying to allocate some of this funding or earmarking it, setting it aside to create not necessarily an arts district or an art zone. It can take that form. But when we talk about really uplifting the city and pride in Moreno Valley. I think some of this funding could and should be used to beautify, especially our entrances and exits to the city, our on and off ramps, and especially the transportation corridors along the 60 freeway and along the 215. There are private businesses, business parks. There are various locations across the city that are highly visible. There's heavy traffic. And for all those that pass through the city as well, what can we do to collaborate and form partnerships with our local businesses to provide them with some funding to beautify their buildings and beautify their businesses and drive more foot traffic to their businesses? And so would love for us to have that conversation and see what we could do about using this art funding to beautify the city even further in collaboration with our private sector, especially our local mom and pops, our local businesses here in Moreno Valley. So to not belabor my comments too much longer, just really looking forward to the next recommendations that the commission brings to us. The museum finally opening at some point in the near future, so we can add that to the list of amenities that we have available for our constituents. And so thank you again to our Arts Commission. Thank you to all the artists as well who have participated. And I look forward to the arts movement continuing to flourish and grow in the city of Moreno Valley. So with that, I'll hand it over to Councilmember Delgado.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam Chair, I just want to say excellent presentation. And you set the bar because I think last year we approved the commissions to come in and give a presentation. And I'm on the Senior Citizens Commission. Watch it. And that's not for any particular reason. I'm just saying that's what they assigned it to me. But you set the bar for them, so I have to go back and tell them they better crank up their PowerPoint. But in saying that, I do agree that I think it's a great idea, ma'am, that if you get the community involved, or I'm sorry, Roy, that you get the community involved and you kind of ask them to sponsor a couple murals or whatever else artsy in the city, I think that's going to enhance it that much more. And as far as someone's comments about the kids, coming in and doing arts, I think that's what the immersive museum is going to provide for us. So I think that's in the works already, and I think that is an excellent idea to have our kids, be part of this program, and they don't have to pay for it. So thank you guys for your comments and your ideas, because great things come out of your comments and your brains as well. So thank you for that. And the last thing I'll say as far as the arts, I drive to a nearby city to take my dad to his medical at least 3 or 4 times a month, and they have all of their utility boxes wrapped. And what I do is I look for their story on those boxes, their stories about what's going on in that city. And sure enough, I talk to my dad and I say, hey, do they really have ... And he's, oh, absolutely. So I think that some of the wraps that are already in the city with Hap Arnold, Bob Hope from the museum, because the March Air Force Base was the first USO from Bob Hope, and that's on a utility box. So I like the spelled out history on these, and that's a great idea. So thank you for your presentation, and like the mayor said, we are all looking forward to more arts coming up in the city. So thank you very much.
I too want to thank you for coming up here and doing that. I know it's sometimes hard and nerve-wracking, especially being the first one, but you did very well. I know there are some community members, and this comes up all the time. What about the school? What about the school districts? I want to point out, sometimes, a lot of the times what happens, if you want me to be honest, is the school districts do get their own funding and grants that they've applied for. I know just last year, the mayor and myself went to a mural that was done at the local preschool in Valverde. Last week, my child and I at his school had Coco and Canva, where we did like Canva painting and things like that. So some of these things are already happening within the school districts. I'm in Valverde, so I kind of know a little bit more about what happens at Valverde and where they get a lot of their funding at to do a lot of these projects. So sometimes that's what happens too. So don't always assume, though, that there is no art happening within the schools. They contract oftentimes with the same people that we contract with for the Coco and Canva. It was Michael and what is his name that does that does the plants. Yep, Aliman, yes. And before that, I know Genevieve would do things like that. So there are different routes and different things that happen, and the children participate, and so there are different ways. Like we said, we also have the immersive museum is coming, where we specifically made sure there was an area where we could conduct classes and their spacing. And once the expansion is done at the senior center, they can have more classes there because that's part of the expansion. So I beg the community, because I hear you all the time and I understand it, to just give us some time to get some of these things done. They're coming down the pipeline, things are happening and moving, but we can't have an art class at the senior center if there isn't an extra space for that. So yes, that's all I have to say, but thank you. I'm looking forward to hearing the rest of the commissions come out and tell us what they're doing throughout the year also.
Are there any further comments, any deliberation from the council? Okay, seeing none, I believe this is a receive and file, so we don't have to take a vote on it. We'll just go ahead and move to our next item. Thank you once again. I appreciate you coming out. And we will go ahead and move to item, well, before we do that, I think now might be an appropriate time to just take a quick recess, maybe a 5-minute break. We can get up and stretch a little bit. So we'll take a 5-minute recess and we'll be right back. Good evening and welcome back to our council meeting. We took a brief recess, but we'll go ahead and pick up right where we left off, which is item K2, review and consider the Public Arts Commission approval for utility box art program application. Andrea Austin at the corner of Indian and Ironwood, and we will turn it over to Jasmine Barragan, Community Services Outreach Manager for the Parks Department, to start with a staff report. Good evening.
Good evening, council. Good evening, public. My name is Jasmine Alvarez Barragan, and I'm the outreach manager for Parks and Community Services. And I have Chairperson Public Arts Commission here with me so that we can both present this presentation. This is for Andrea Austin. She's an artist, an art instructor, but she's also our Public Arts Commissioner and Vice Chair. So I'm really excited to present this on her behalf. So before I get started, I want to share some of the exhibits that she's been a part of here in Southern California. So she has exhibits at Ontario Museum of History and Art, San Bernardino County Museum, Corona Public Library, Palos Verdes Library District, Riverside Artscape, and Corona Association. And these are just a couple of her different flyers announcing her exhibits. She also placed first for a Valentine's Day contest for Forever Wild Animal Sanctuary. And so these are the designs that are actually can be purchased by individuals, and they raise funds for the sanctuary. She also volunteers because she doesn't have a lot of free time, I see. She's a baker for Care for Kids, and this is an organization that bakes desserts for underprivileged and at-risk youth. And to what we all are here for, this is the artwork for consideration. This has been presented to the Public Arts Commission. And so her design was in mind with just having it be like blending into the surroundings, because as you will see in the next slide, there's a lot of greenery in that area. So she wanted it to be part of that like nature look. And so her design is gonna, if approved, is going to be at the corner of Indian Street and Ironwood Avenue in District 2. And this artwork will be donated to the city of Moreno Valley. And that is it. Any questions?
Thank you very much for the presentation. Any questions from the council?
I do. Is it not a wrap, or do you paint right on the box itself?
So all of these will be on vinyl wrap.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
I don't see any further questions. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We'll go ahead and move into public testimony. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on this item?
We do. Mayor Roy Blackard.
I know my hearing has been bad since I was a youth and grew up in the barrio of Edgemont in the 60s, right by Alessandro and 395, when you could almost throw a rock at the B-52s with all 8 of those engines, it would shake the house. Did I hear that correctly, that the RAP was getting donated? As in 0 cost to the city? My, what a concept. I think I just heard this a few minutes ago, but I could be wrong on that. This is what this is what I've been talking about. And you crow about, you know, Mr. Madero Jr., who cost us $2 million. But that whole deal of, oh, we're bringing this in, we could have done a lot of this stuff. And to put it to the point of where you're using the art diff funds, and specifically, and it's been pointed out, please don't mischaracterize it, because it was brought in, we could do Pacific projects with this, and that's what was promised with a lot of the stuff in the school districts and involve the kids so they could do all this. And then, well, you know, maybe we got not 250 grand later, and it's still like this. But now we're finally getting to the concept. You know, money doesn't grow out of trees. It doesn't rain out of the sky. And believe me, Nothing has ever been stated truer. There is nothing free. Might not be no cost to you, but somebody's paying for it somewhere. So I want to thank, if you do approve this, for the person who's donating this. That's a very kind act. We don't get much of that in the city. That should be an item of discussion of why. So it just goes to show you, if you put it out there and you actually do engage with the community and you use some of the talent level that we do have, instead of trying to run it off most of the time, we could accomplish a whole heck of a lot more. We could use the money, the assets, the resources, the talent much more efficiently in this community. And maybe that might just change our reputation. Maybe we could get a reputation like the Indiana football team has now. Could go out there and actually get it, and now they're showing the example of how to get it done. What I'm requesting, I think most of the community does, is for you guys to do the same.
Mayor, that concludes all of public testimony for this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We'll go ahead and bring it back to the dais for any council deliberation. Seeing none, we can entertain a motion and a second.
I'll motion to approve the project.
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second to approve. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes, ma'am.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That passes with 5 yeses. Congratulations to Andrea Austin. If you're watching at home, thank you for bringing this forward. Next up, we will move to item K3, which is review and discuss a proposal from Bulletin Displays LLC for freeway signs along State Route 60 and Interstate 215 freeways. And we will turn it over to Sean Kelleher, Assistant City Manager, for a staff report.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. The item before you this evening is to allow for review, discussion, and direction as necessary regarding a proposal from Bulletin Displays LLC for new freeway signs along State Route 60 and Interstate 215. As this proposal will include donations that will exceed $5,000 in value, acceptance of the donations must be approved ultimately by City Council. The acceptance would occur as part of a future development application and development agreement based on City Council discussion held this evening. Bulletin Displays LLC, as noted, is requesting to allow for up to 6 freeway signs. With that agreement, they would pay the city approximately $6 million over 30 years in the form of what they call a development fee. If it were to be reduced, and there is a reduced number of signs option, the amount over 30 years would be reduced to approximately $5.4 million. The city is able to trade a portion of these development fees, approximately $75,000, to install digital park signs, which I will show you an image of very shortly. They are also offering free civic and charitable advertising on their digital signs, and also have offered a discounted rate to Moreno Valley Chamber members. So the first sign I'm showing you here is the Blue Line Bulletin sign. This sign was originally the static sign that the applicant was, or that Bulletin Displays was proposing. However, based off of conversations as recent as this afternoon, they have elected to propose their what they call their Blue Line Elegance sign. So this is an enhanced sign that is a static display that will allow for, that will be located in is proposed in 4 locations in the city. The other sign that they are proposing is their landmark message sign. This sign incorporates LED lighting, which can be programmed to match the illumination on the M. They are proposing this sign in 2 locations. This sign will be a digital display with changeable copy on both of the faces of it. And then, as I noted just a few moments ago, Should the city wish to elect to install park digital signage, this is their proposed sign concept. Ultimately, the city can trade $75,000 in development fees for the installation of one of these signs at one of our park or other city facilities. So let's talk a little bit about the location of the signs that they are proposing. Sign number 1 is located on Sunnymead Boulevard, as shown on the screen. It's at the northeast corner of the parcel of Rio Rancho Super Mall. This would be the first landmark message sign and would be a proposed 2-sided digital display board. Sign 2, which is one of the ones that they are willing to remove if desired by the City Council, would be a blue line sign, and it is proposed also here at the Rio Rancho Mall, and would be a 2-sided static billboard. Site 3 is located at 23302 Olivewood Plaza. It is a vacant parcel. This would again be one of their enhanced blue line signs with a 2-sided static billboard. Locations 4, 5, and 6 are all located along Eucalyptus Avenue and Old 215 frontage road, or as well as the I-215 off-ramp. Starting with the northernmost, this would be a blue line sign. They initially proposed this as a 3-sided sign within the staff report. However, based off of conversations with the applicant again today, they are now interested in making it only a 2-sided sign with signs facing east and west, with the east-facing sign still being proposed to be a digital display. Sign number 5 at Eucalyptus Avenue in the I-215 off-ramp would be their second landmark message sign, which again would be a 2-sided digital display billboard. And then sign 6 is located at Old 215 frontage road, would be a blue line sign with 2 static billboards, and this is another sign that Bulletin Displays, if desired by the City Council, would be willing to remove. So as previously noted, if they were to move forward with a reduced sign proposal, the amount of development fee collected by the city would be reduced to $5.4 million over 30 years. To ensure the signs can be installed in their proposed locations, staff would recommend that Caltrans conduct a preliminary review of these signs and their locations prior to submittal to the City of Moreno Valley for formal application review, as well as for the signs located along the Interstate 215 review and consideration by the Airport Land Use Commission, given their proximity to the base. Staff would also note for City Council's consideration for consistency purposes with a previously entitled single sign on Spruce Street west of Redlands Boulevard. At that time, there was that project included a 20% annual revenue share or annual fee, whichever was greater in that case, as well as a one-time donation to the Community Foundation. Staff has had discussions with Bulletin Display relative to that agreement that is had with that other sign company, and have identified that under those terms they would not be able to proceed, that the offer that was put forward before the council for $6 million over 30 years for the 6 signs, or $5.4 million for the 4 signs, would be what they would be able to market and actually be financially feasible for their company. So next steps related to this project, ultimately staff would recommend that the City Council again discuss this proposal, provide direction. Should the City Council direct staff to proceed, City Attorney would ultimately prepare a development agreement, which would come before the City Council after review by the Planning Commission, and then ultimately staff would schedule for Planning Commission and City Council after completing review of the appropriate entitlement applications associated with these signs. That concludes my presentation this evening, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much, Assistant City Manager Kelleher, for the report. We'll bring it back to the dais for any council questions of staff.
Has this gone through the Planning Commission, or is that something that?
No, so the purpose of the item coming before you this evening is related to confirming the number of signs, their location, and then ultimately the terms for which they are identifying financially. It is not intended to discuss the overall design of the project or finalize a development agreement or make any approvals this evening. It is direction to staff and the applicant of the next steps in order to proceed.
So it still will go through planning?
It has,
And then
they
okay.
have not, they'll have to make entitlement applications and go through that process, and we'll come forward with, if recommended by this council to proceed, it'll come back before the council in the future with a development agreement as well as a review of the design of those signs.
Can I ask a question about the level of illumination, or is that something that we could talk about later?
That's not any detail that we have at this time. That's part of what will be
Perfect. The next
reviewed as
steps.
part of the development.
Thank you.
Sean, is the Caltrans, the lead time, is there a time frame how long that will take once, if we decide to move forward? What's the, more or less?
So for the preliminary application, the applicant has identified, based off of previous projects that they've done with Caltrans, they're looking at somewhere between 45 and 90 days for the preliminary application review. And during that time, we ultimately could be working on project intake as well. So those times can overlap to some level.
Like a concurrent processing?
Correct. Same thing with Airport Land Use Commission, also concurrent.
And bulletin displays are, I'm assuming they have experience with different jurisdictions and, as you mentioned, Caltrans.
They have shared with city staff a number of different projects that they have worked on with various Caltrans districts.
Thank you.
Sean, in the presentation, one of the things that was mentioned was the possibility of trading per se, or in lieu of DIF funds, possibly getting some of these signs for, I believe it was parks or other public properties. Is there any idea of, maybe how many, or again, I don't want to go beyond what's allowed in this discussion, but could you speak to any more detail on that particular component? And the reason I ask is because I think it's worth entertaining that option. Again, when we talk about beautifying the city, if we can get even a couple of these signs at some of our major parks, I think it would really improve things, especially for public education, information sharing, et cetera. So could you share anything else about that?
Sure. So the annual payment that they'd be making, and I'll go back to that slide. Moment. So for the first 10 years, they'll be making a payment of $180,000 annually to the city. So what they would do is they would reduce from that $180,000, $75,000 for one sign. So if there are multiple signs being sought, ultimately you would continue to see a reduction in the amount of money that is ultimately coming to the city as part of this agreement. And in place of that, we would be getting these park signs.
And I think more importantly, Mayor, council members, in the spirit of equity, we'd be looking at, if we were to go down this road, try and do one in each district.
Got it. Thank you for that. So I think it's worth entertaining, not to lock anything in right now per se, but if we can see what options they want to provide, assess what parks we have in the city, see where it would be the highest and best use, potentially one or two or up to four if it's one per district for equity's sake. I would be open to exploring that, not locking it in now, but at least having that as a potential option if the council so desired. I'm not sure if my colleagues have there's consensus or anything on that. So, okay. Before we go into deliberation, I'm already getting ahead here. Let's go ahead and move into public comment if there are no further questions from the council. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on this item?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. The first three speakers are George Haig, followed by Lindsay Robinson, followed by Bishop Guillory.
Good evening again. This is George Haig. I really appreciated the presentation by the Art Council and how they're beautifying our city, and it was quite good. On the other hand, I look at what is before you now as uglifying our cities. Working to put up sign, or one of the main things, you drive along the freeway and our city and you look at the views that we have of Mount San Gorgonio, Mount San Jacinto, even some people are lucky enough to see Mystic Lake, the hills around Lake Paris. Those are all wonderful viewscapes that you should do everything possible to escape, to protect. If at all possible, maybe remove some of the existing signs that are now there blocking some of those. Just because these can be digitalized and have things that may look a little pretty, doesn't stop them from blocking our views. They mentioned $6 million, but if you break it down, it's probably closer to $35,000, $30,000 a sign per year. That's not worth blocking the view to have that money coming into our city. It's just not worth it. When I think of cities that have a good image, I don't think of freeway signs along those cities. Do what you can to make our city better, and you did that with your last vote and approval and presentation. You're doing something. This is not doing it. And the mayor mentioned, beautifying the parks with these. We shouldn't sell other parts of our city to try to electrify different sections of the parks. You can do better. Two-sided signs, they're getting twice the buck, I guess, instead of $35,000 per sign. You can divide that in half, is what they're selling you that for. So please, once again, you did right before by beautifying the city. Don't uglify the city with these signs. Just don't even pass it along to the Planning Commission. Stop it right here. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Lindsay Robinson, followed by Bishop Guillory, followed by Mark Cudler.
Sorry. I agree with George. I didn't come up with uglify, but billboards certainly don't fit with beautify Moval. I think there's plenty of billboards along the freeway that do detract from the beauty. But if this does go through, I would like to ask when the digital signs not have the bright white like the sign at the mall at night. It is blinding when you're coming in from a dark area and all of a sudden it shines bright white. It's very distracting and blinding. So I prefer no more billboards, but if you do, can you just keep the light on the digital not so bright at night?
The next three speakers are Bishop Guillory, followed by Mark Cudler, followed by Ismael Gonzalez.
Mr. Mayor and Council, how are you? My name is Bishop L.J. Guillory. I'm the Ombudsman General, and I travel to the most dangerous cities of America every year. The Justice Department put out a list of dangerous cities, so I go to them and see how we can lower the crime. One of the things that I have found in going into cities is that much of the things that's going on, it's going to take people that are vested, they have interest in your city, they live here or they work here. The billboards we have used with our agency when we have senior citizens who have dementia that walk off. With 142 billboards on freeways all over the United States, all over California, all over the area, you can put a silver alert, an amber alert. You can put, when we have our fire issues, you can do that. Now, most of the people that come up and, they have a right to say their opinions about something because it's ugly. But it's not ugly when your mother or your father is missing and now all of a sudden there's that silver alert on the freeway and somebody remembers seeing her a mile back and is able to dial 911 and save her life. On the 91, the 405, the 605, the 10 and the 710, we have digital displays. I'm not a part of the company. I don't get a check and say, hey, go do this for us. As a nonprofit that works with other nonprofits, we're able to call the Cutler family, who have been building these billboards for over 4 generations. And they are a small, family-owned company that is able to do something for cities like yours. Now, you all are members of the contract cities. When you're at the contract cities, whether it's in Palm Springs or Sacramento, wherever it is, talk to your other colleagues. Ask them what they think about it. Some of those billboards that you've seen with the city's logo on them, some of those parks that need to have people to know that there's art going on, some of those businesses that are suffering, and people are thinking as you're driving down that freeway, hey, wait a minute, I would like to have a bagel. Or maybe I haven't had a coffee that's not Starbucks. Not that I'm talking about against it, but local businesses are able to advertise. One of the things I didn't hear any of the speakers to come up and say how ugly the billboards were. You didn't say that mom and pops, nonprofits get to advertise for free. That nonprofits can put advertising on those billboards. That the city can put information out there when you want to hire in your city. When you have a need to let the public that don't live in Moreno Valley, because that billboard is on that freeway, they can say, hey, look, we're open for business. Stop in Marina Del Rey. Stop in Moreno Valley. Stop here, because at this point, someone who's driving all the way from across town.
The next 3 speakers are Mark Cudler, followed by Ismael Gonzalez, followed by Roy Blackard.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Mark Cudler. I'm the president of Bulletin Displays and also the artist on the weekends. I've got some high res that the council can look at if they would like. Last year, our company donated over $1 million in charitable advertising, and that talks about that. And then this right here too. One more thing. This would be the discussion points that I'd like to go through. I don't know if I can do it in 2 minutes or what have you, because there's a lot of good points raised. One of them was light. Okay, we use Watchfire displays. They are the best in the business, and how they measure them is they have they judge the lights in foot candles. So a 100-watt light is 137 foot candles, and these displays at about and they measure them from 200 to 500 feet, and they have a device that we can shoot at it when it's off and shoot on when it's on. And we want to read the ambient light, and then we want to read it lit up. The rule is that all the cities are adopting, and it's also the national rule. You can't be 0.3 foot candles above ambient light. So when the clouds come over, it dims down. At night, the display is running about 3%. So what does that mean? At about 400 feet, you're 0.02, and about 500 feet, you're about 0.002 of 1 foot candle. And so these displays, the modern ones, not like at the mall or like that used to be up at the 10 freeway in Pomona, these modern ones are designed to be seen but not throw light. And that was by the industry. I'm the vice president of the state association, and I'll be the next president for the 2nd time. We push legislation, but we listen also to the communities, and light is an important part. So we push back on the fabricators to say, give me a display that I can measure, the city can measure, a resident can measure, and it won't throw the light. So part of the CEQA that we have to go through, there'll be a whole light study done. And then they do a compass, and they show you the further out you get, the dimmer it gets, the further to the side, the dimmer it gets, the further both, it's exponential. They'll actually lay it over each location and show you where the light goes, because this is direct light. It's not like a static sign that the light bounces. It's going straight in one direction, and they have louvers. So there will be a light study. that will prove it, that the light is insignificant, but it's on these new displays.
Thank you, Mr. Cutler. Don't mean to cut you off. Just the 3 minutes has lapsed. Sorry to cut you off, but we I know the item will come back at some point in the future. So at that time, or separately, we can have further conversations. I just need to respect everybody's equal time. Yeah, thank you. Not for this one, but at a future meeting, if there's, public hearing and all that, certainly at that time. Yeah. Thank
The
you.
next three speakers are Ismael Gonzalez, followed by Roy Bleckert, followed by Bab Palomares.
Hello, good evening. My name is Ismael Gonzalez. I'm a resident of District 2. I'm a Sierra Club member and a member of Inland Valley Alliance for Environmental Justice. I've lived here for 20 years. My family has lived here since the 1970s. And I want to say that this proposal is kind of absurd. You've had people already complaining about murals, so adding 9 billboards, some of them digitalized, seems absurd. We already have one for the Moreno Valley Mall. And just like Lindsay said, it's blinding. I live on the east side of District 2. I go outside at night and I see the light from across town. I think if you guys are really considering this, you should have a environmental impact report, because these illumination billboards might kill birds. They might have some environmental impacts that we're not even fully aware of. You guys already have one billboard that's lit up constantly. If you need to put information about the city, about Amber Alerts, put it there at the Moreno Valley Mall. Someone said this could be a good opportunity for Amber Alerts. Hello, we already have Amber Alerts coming directly to our phones. There is already a billboard providing traffic reports, Amber Alerts, on the 215 by UCR. We don't need 9 more. You need to really consider, are you going to sell out your city to put advertisements to satisfy the last speaker for $6 million? $30 million over 30 years? That's insane. You should be asking for more, and we should be considering where this money is going to go right now before we even consider approving this. So please, I think an environmental report needs to happen if we put these huge billboards across the town, especially if they're lit up. Ed, I think you were on the right track by asking about illumination, That needs to be considered. The one at the Moreno Valley Mall, when it's foggy, the whole town is lit up. Can you imagine the birds, the insects? Like, there are probably so many things that we're not accounting for with that one billboard alone. You guys need to do better. Thank you so much.
The next three speakers are Roy Bleckert, followed by Bob Palomares, followed by Christopher Baca.
Being the free market maven I am, I say, bring on the big, beautiful signs. First thing I don't understand is why you would even consider dropping it from 4 to 6. Everybody wants this. They want this project. They want that. You know what? How you get those? Money. You got to get it somewhere. It doesn't grow on trees. Just like if you want to put signs at the park, it's going to cost us. As the bishop pointed out, you have a lot of, it's not a zero-sum game. You can find a negative in anything. But what you got to weigh is, I say weigh it on the 50% scale. If it goes 50% over, go for it. I don't see how we could turn down the revenue coming in to help improve our city. And if other cities don't want to do it, fine. I say build more of them. I love watching. It takes the boredom away from me of driving down the road of a mundane deal. You can pay attention to the sign. You've had that. Look at everybody screaming nonprofits don't get this. Like you pointed out, they're going to get advertising. You don't know. It'll give us the ability to put Moreno Valley on the map. And that's what we need to do. We need to take advantage of every opportunity we have to do that, and this is one of them. As the gentleman from the sign company pointed out, yeah, it was mentioned, the moon rock of the deal out there at the mall that cost us $250,000. But we don't have, you're not building that of the stupidity we did back in the day. So we're learning from the mistakes we have made in the past. It's not going to be a light promotion. And if it kills a few mosquitoes on the way, I think that's a good thing. Just saying. So I think we should run this proposal. Like I said, I don't think we should stop at 6. I mean, if there's a market for it, feed the market. Have you seen a successful person that said, well, I don't want that business over there, nothing? Those are the unsuccessful people that don't provide the revenue and the jobs and things for all of the amenities we do enjoy. So I hope you consider that. I get the concerns of everybody. Again, nothing is 100% perfect. But I think this deal shows the signs of it will be a net benefit to the citizens of Moreno Valley.
The next 3 speakers are Bob Palomares, followed by Christopher Baca, followed by Luis Palomares.
I gotta agree with Roy there. I think Pete Blackard would say, you're not even gonna pay attention to them damn signs because you'll be on the phone. But it's beneficial. In the city of Fontana, because when I seen that this was on the agenda a couple of days ago, I said, I'm gonna drive around because I'm always in Fontana. Went on the 10, went up 15 to the 210, came back down Sierra. And I seen the signs that the city of Fontana has up. Beautiful. Anyway, I seen them. I said, I'm gonna call the city of Fontana. And I called and I spoke with Mr. Phil Cothran, the councilman. I told him, Phil, what's going on with these signs? You know how, they've been up there for years. The one out there by the former Fontana racetrack and then out there by the auto mall. I said, have you had any negative impacts? He goes, absolutely none. We've benefited from those signs. He says, as a matter of fact, in the city of Fontana, they put 2 miniature ones, one on Foothill and Citrus. And I went and I looked at it. As a matter of fact, all the people that are against it, I'm sure they've driven and seen the signs, but they probably can't even remember where in the hell they are. So that's how negative it is. So, you got to look at everything, and I'm sure you're going to make the right decision. But these are beneficial financially, to give out information, to show, what we have here in this city, the people that are passing, because we're going to have a lot more. So that's what's going to go on them signs, advertisement. Thank you.
The next 2 speakers are Christopher Baca, followed by Luis Palomares.
I think you recently approved a big giant sign out by the, Moreno Beach and the 60 freeway. And you got that big eyesore by the mall. And in my opinion, it's pollution. It's really awful. It's just, we're not Tokyo. We're not Las Vegas. It's just ridiculous. Who needs all this advertising? When you watch TV, you enjoy seeing all that advertisement. When we're driving down the freeway, you need to concentrate on what you're doing. Or like Haig said, enjoy the view. What are we going to be looking at all these things? As Haig said, it's misleading. All the numbers are misleading. They're saying this and that. And he said each one of them less than the 6 proposed is $75,000 less. You're going to end up with peanuts. what I question here now is the Chamber of Commerce was mentioned, and the Moreno Valley Community Nonprofit was mentioned. And in my opinion, that's, the city's nonprofit is where these developers put in their money, and probably where the corruption and the money is, funneled through to some of these people. For instance, like Sean, why is he so eager to push this nonsense when on the other side he's so eager to throw out money for Highland Fairview stupid drainage, which is, dumping taxpayer money, yet he's so eager to put in this BS here that is not going to benefit the city. It's going to destroy the city. He doesn't live here. None of these people live here. This is not nice. It's not aesthetic, and it's disruptive. And at the end of the day, who's in? They mentioned the Chamber of Commerce. The last Chamber of Commerce, the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, you had all of Highland Fairview's people there, buying out the churches, the pastors, and all that. I questioned this pastor that came too. What's his incentive? As well as the regular Chamber of Commerce, you have staff, rubbing shoulders with Ben Zeevy. What's going to go on those signs? Nothing but Highland Fairview stuff or his preferred candidates. It's bullshit.
The next speaker is Luis Palomares.
Oh, let me get my breath. Luis Palomares, community activist. Bring it on. Take it to the Planning Commission. It's all good. There's not going to be no 9 signs. Weren't you listening? He said 4 signs. Listen, sometimes things go over my head too. We're going to get some free advertisement. The city. There's a lot of things the city does here. We have Veterans Affair, things for the National right here, National Cemetery right here. We got different things that are going on there that we can talk about. We got things that can happen for the veterans that we got to let people know that's going on. People don't always know everything that's going on. They don't get on the internet and all that to find out. We got a lot of events here in the city, the 4th of July, the Day of the Dead, the Grito, all of those, the fun run, yada, yada, about every other month, the snow day. And we can advertise that. Do you know how many times I've been somewhere sitting in an office or in a doctor's office, and we don't know you have that in Moreno Valley. I just live down the road. We didn't know you. Wow, we have it. So this is free advertising for our city. Not only our city, our community, our businesses here, our mom and pops. We need this. We need this. I say bring it on. Let's do it. Well, of course, we got don't bring nothing here. Even if Jesus came and built it, they wouldn't want it. It's always like that way. The NIMBYs, we're all going to die. We're all, yada, yada, yada. Come on. Look at Hillwood. Hillwood, I'm still stuck there. But anyway, nevertheless, yeah, I think we better, strike all the irons hot. Don't let this one go away like we let Hillwood, what, $60 million? We send that guy packing? Whatever, but a lot of millions. They were going to get $15 million to start. $100 million every year, or maybe even more than that. Soccer fields, team posts. This council send them packing. They said, people are going to say, wow, they're going to do that to us. Why even waste our time, our money? This developer or this gentleman wants to do something for the city. Bring it on. I'm surprised. A lot of people don't even want to come here and build no more. We have canceled so many planning commissions, Mr. Mayor Cabrera, because we ain't got nothing coming but a lot of this and that little. Bring something big. Bring something that's going to bring us a lot of revenue, and these signs are going to help with that. They're going to help advertise. I didn't know there was a scissor down the road. Hey, I missed it. Now I got to turn back. But if we had a sign over there, this is going on or that's going on, hey, we're informing people. We're educating people what's going on. Like there's a Moreno Valley College. They have a bachelor's program going on there. We don't know that. Not everybody knows that. So these are things we can put up. Things for our veterans, things for our colleges. On our free advertisement, we'll be able to get. And we're going to get some money. And it's all good. So let's do it. Bring it on. Take it to the Planning Commission. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes all of public testimony for this item.
Amber Alert.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We'll go ahead and bring it back to the dais for council deliberation. or questions for staff as well. Mayor Pro Tem?
Sean, how many existing signs and planned signs do we have on the books, excluding these?
Give me just a moment.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. You know, I was going to ask that.
I saw it coming
Yeah.
as a question this evening.
Yeah.
So this project is obviously proposed for a maximum of 6. We have 1 sign out on Spruce that is approved, and then along the 60 corridor there are 9 signs within the city of Moreno Valley that are existing. That does include the mall as well as some of the others that were named. The majority of them are static displays, though. And then there are 2 within the city of Riverside along the I-215. There are none within Moreno Valley along the I-215. So they're both on the west side of the freeway.
This would be a total of 15?
So in total, in Moreno Valley, it would be 16 signs.
If we went with the 6, right?
If we went with the 6.
Thank you.
I don't necessarily have any questions, but I am looking at the reduction of signs from 6 to 4, and so I just want to point out as we're starting discussion that this is a proposal for it to move forward. So I know one person one community member had said we need a CEQA report and things like that. So this is, if we're going to get there, this is how we're going to get there. This is the proposal being brought forward to us to see whether or not we want to move forward with them going through all of those steps and presenting it at planning. I, for one, have no problem with us going through what staff has recommended. I am okay with reducing it from 6 to 4 signs. I do understand that the mayor had mentioned possibly having this at the park, and I also understand city manager trying to make things equitable so that no one district is getting more than the other. So I understand that about trying to possibly put one at each major park. I'm also okay if we only put it at not Sunnymead Park, but the one right there off of the one right up the street from here off of Fredericks the community park, yes, because she said Sunnymead, I blanked. So I'm also okay with one there too, and understanding that they do not need to go all around town. But I do think we need to give some options so that staff can go back and start to have these discussions. Just like I said, I'm okay with eliminating from 6 to 4 because I did see that sign 2 and then having sign 1. So yeah, those are just my thoughts on this and moving this proposal forward.
So in kind of piggybacking off of Councilmember Bernard's question or comment about 6 to 4, do we decide that tonight? I know that we're not deciding a lot tonight as far as these billboards, but the number, the amount, do we decide the 6 to 4 tonight, or we just approve to take a look at it later?
Councilmember,
Move forward.
Councils, just wanted to give you some context to how we got here. So development staff brought a proposal to me and I said, well, let's go ahead and bring the criterion of the proposal, which most likely will be a development agreement that council will have to approve in the future, not the merits of the project per se. Because that takes the path of planning commission, in which you've appointed individuals to for those particular design and development requirements. So really what we're looking for when I ask staff to go ahead and agendize this is just get direction if the criterion of the proposal are to your liking, to your needs, to the community needs, and just direct staff to continue working with the developer as they go through the development process to bring a development agreement back to council at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, sir.
Thank you. And the only thing I'll add is, we're not necessarily speaking on the merits of the billboards themselves if this moves forward. which it sounds like there's consensus to do that, to just let the developer go through the process and then bring back his final proposal to the PC and then to the CC at some point in the future. I'm definitely comfortable with that, while keeping in mind, I agree with my colleagues that have said, trying to strike a balance between the community concerns, things like light pollution, et cetera, which are, legitimate concerns, but also making sure that we are securing the future economic sustainability of our city as well, to make sure that we have revenues coming in and that we can continue to put that funding back into the community. And I appreciate the applicant doing that, because not all applicants, actually, I would say, most do not do this. Most do not come to the table and say, "Hey, we're willing to, bring this to the table on top of, our investment." So I do appreciate that. And again, just I'm open to looking at, maybe some signs at some of our parks and making sure that they are aesthetically appealing as well, that they fit, the architectural, culture that we have here in the city of Moreno Valley, so that it really complements our natural topography, geography, all that good stuff. So I'm comfortable moving this forward and, again, trying to find that balance and see what comes back to the council in the future.
I have a question. If we were to approve it as presented, would this lock everything in? Because we haven't decided on the 4 and 6. And then I think there's a part here where it says, like, city ads, bumping rights, prioritize city advertising, even if it's fully leased. And from the paperwork here, it says that they would not be able to do that. In fact, it's saying that can't be offered. The city's advertisement is on a space available basis. Second, all cities get more time opportunities than the industry because there's a 30% vacancy factor. But it doesn't say that we're going to bump them. So are we locked into all of this? Or is this just our approval saying, yes, go and get an agreement?
The short answer is no. And recommendation number 2, provide direction as necessary, is really just trying to get council's collective majority to provide staff direction to continue to work with the developer on the development agreement, but more importantly, move the development through Planning Commission and CC, and ultimately those decisions will be made by development standards.
Perfect, okay. Then I'm ready. I'm good.
Okay, thank you. It looks like there's consensus to move this forward, so we'll go ahead and put it up for a vote, entertain a motion and a second.
I'll move.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve staff's recommendation number 1. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard?
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Sorry. Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez?
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera?
Yes. It's okay, I'm still doing it too. Got to get used to it. Okay, we've got a couple of more items. The next one is item K4, discussion of potential moratorium on logistic, warehouse, and industrial projects for an initial period of 45 days. And we will start off with a staff report from our city manager, Brian Mohan.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Just to give you a brief history as to how we got here, at the January 6th, 2026 council meeting, Councilmember Bernard motioned for council to explore a moratorium on logistics, warehousing, and industrial projects for an initial period of 45 days in light of our contemplating the general plan update that we're currently working on, as mentioned multiple times tonight by speakers, that this come back. And ultimately that was seconded by the mayor and approved by the entire council. In preparation of the staff report, tried to provide some information so you guys could have be able to have some conversation at the dais. There are currently 9 Inland Empire municipalities that have enacted some form of a moratorium or an outright ban on logistics, warehousing, and industrial projects to study environmental and health impacts. In fact, I did mention in the staff report those particular entities, one of them being Paris, At the time we had submitted the staff report in eScribe. It was already approved. Paris was still prior to their meeting last Tuesday night. So subsequently, they have extended their moratorium for a considerable amount of months to the end of this particular calendar year. So I did want to mention that because we didn't have the ability to update the staff report as it was already approved in the system. A few other things in talking with the city attorney, just want to reference that although it wasn't in the staff report, the governmental code section that we would be discussing tonight is section 65858. And what that does, it allows council to adopt an urgency ordinance or urgency measure as an interim ordinance prohibiting any uses that may be in conflict with a contemplated general plan or a zoning proposal that the city council or the planning division is currently considering or studying, which is currently happening, as I mentioned. This is also known as a development moratorium. And there's basically two options. The first option is the initial moratorium may be approved for 45 days without the need of a noticed public hearing, but it requires 4/5 of the council vote. The initial 45-day moratorium may be extended for 10 months and 15 days, and subsequently it may be extended for an additional year, provided both extensions are also approved by a 4/5 vote of the council. The second option is to alternatively do a public notice for public hearing to provide a initial 45-day moratorium, and there is also a 4/5 vote to approve the initial 45-day moratorium. Then it can be extended for 22 months and 15 days if there is a noticed public hearing and extension is also approved at a 4/5 vote. Obviously, the required findings would also need to be found, but regardless of which alternative the council chooses tonight, the initial 45-day moratorium and subsequent extensions will require the 4/5 vote of council, and each must be supported by the findings that there is current and immediate threat to public health, safety, or welfare, and that the approval of any additional subdivisions, use permits, variances, building permits, or any other applicable entitlement for use impacted by the moratorium would result in a threat to public health, safety, and welfare. So just wanted to make sure that you are aware of the various governmental code and the two options that you have tonight in your deliberation and discussion of this particular matter. Now, if you recall, when we do have motions, we have a two-step process. So right now, this is the more benign step in which it is the first discussion that you guys are having on the motion, the merits of the motion, and then whether or not to direct staff to enter into a 45-day ordinance, of which will be brought back through the city attorney. With that, that concludes my comments, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager. We'll bring it back to the dais for any council questions of staff. First one, just for clarification to make sure I'm understanding correctly. You cited government code. Is that California government code? Is that state law?
Yes, it's Government Code Section 65858 of the California statute.
Understood. Thank you. Okay, I'll look to my colleagues to see if there are any questions.
I do. Just to clarify a few numbers for our city, Brian. I don't know if you want to answer this or Sean. We have currently 4461 acres of designated or zoned industrial. You don't.
I'll go ahead. Sean put this together. He did all the analysis, him and his staff. It is a development item. It would be appropriate to come from him.
Okay. Is that right? Is approximately right? I mean, that's ish.
Yes, we have approximately 4,461 acres of land within the city that has a designation or is within a specific plan allowing for industrial.
And out of that, 1,922 acres are already developed.
Correct.
Is that right? So there's approximately 2395 that are under construction or entitled predominantly for warehouses or logistics.
Correct.
So then that leaves about approximately 144 acres that are vacant and unidentified and possibly not feasible for large warehouses because of the size of the lots-ish.
So vacant and unentitled.
Unentitled. I said unidentified.
That's okay. Vacant and unentitled, and yes, a good majority of the lots that are still, that have those designations that are vacant, are very, very small. A lot of those you're going to find ultimately within, to be honest, the Edgemont area, where use restrictions ultimately are placed on those properties because of the fact that it is so close to the base and airport.
Okay, thank you for that. And so just confirming that out of the 144 acres that are left, vacant or unentitled, 52 acres are currently under review right now. And that's what one of the public speakers said, that there's some in the pipeline already. I don't know if you have that number, but about 52 acres are entitled right now or under review.
So yes, 52 acres that are zoned for industrial development are under review. There is approximately 175 acres in total that is under review for logistical uses. Of that, some would require GPA and zone changes, which ultimately would be a determination that this body would need to make, whether they want to take such a legislative action to rezone those properties for that purpose.
Okay, so approximately 92 acres would fall under this 45-day moratorium, meaning that 92 acres or any of that cannot be even questioned until after the 45-day moratorium.
Well, those 92 acres could not be proposed for logistics or warehouse uses. There are other land uses that could potentially occur within those. So the moratorium would be specific to the land use type.
Correct. That's what I wanted to clarify. That is, it's for logistics because that was the proposal, or that was the motion on January 6th. So essentially, I think that knowing all these numbers, and we already know that we don't have a lot of land to develop. So I've heard this term in Moreno Valley saying we're built out, because and it's not an official term, but it appears that the numbers are just that. So my question to you would be: there be any for this moratorium, this 45 days, would there be any projects, industrial or logistics, in the pipeline right now affected? Will this 45-day moratorium affect those at all?
Based off of my understanding of the recommendation that was provided to staff previously at January 6th, the answer would be no, because those applications have complete are complete under city review, and therefore are able to continue to proceed forward to Planning Commission and, where appropriate, City Council for final action.
Okay, so that does kind of, there's not a lot to build. But what this does, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, what this does is it says that essentially our general plan update is currently underway and it's not done yet. So what this does is gives us a 45-day pause on any new industrial coming into the city until the general plan update is complete. Then that's done. We have all the information from the Attorney General and whomever else that this update needs to be updated for or by. And then we can proceed by making decisions on the acreage that is left for logistics.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Sean, and how many of those applications would require in the pipeline a GPA or zone change? The ones that are, yeah. Not the ones that are conforming, I guess.
Right off the top of my head at this moment, it would be 4.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions from the council for staff? Seeing no further questions at this time, we will go ahead and move into public comment. Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have signed up for this item?
24, Mayor.
24 speakers. Okay. So we do traditionally allocate 3 minutes per speaker. Just looking at the clock, it's 9:01 p.m., 24 speakers. I'll look to my colleagues to see just if we do 3 minutes per, that puts us over an hour, around 75 minutes or so. Would the council be open to changing that to 2 minutes per person? Just to make sure that we're able to get through the business, you know, make sure that we get through our entire agenda. I hear 2 minutes and 1.5, but I think there's consensus for 2 minutes.
But if they get their points across quickly.
Yeah, and I guess I would just ask if any of those 24 are, you know, from the same organization. It's up to you, but if it's possible to consolidate those just to make sure that we're able to, you know, get through all of our agenda, that would be, you know, greatly appreciated as well. So with that, then it looks like there's consensus from the council for 2 minute public comment on this item, Madam Clerk. So we'll do the 2 minutes per person. And with that, we'll go ahead and call up our first speakers.
Thank you, Mayor. The first 3 speakers are Juan Serrato, followed by Gina Gianni, followed by Ismael Gonzalez.
Honorable Mayor and council members, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Juan Serrato. I'm with the Laborers International Union North America. I urge you not to move forward with this 45-day moratorium. Even a short pause sends the wrong message. Projects don't wait, they leave. And when they leave, jobs leave, too. So these logistics and industrial projects create good paying local construction jobs and opportunities for apprentices and working families. A moratorium doesn't help workers, it hurts them. If there's concerns, let's address them without shutting down development and putting people out of work. Our community needs jobs, not delays. Please vote no on this moratorium. Thank you.
The next 3 speakers are Gina Gianni, followed by Ismael Gonzalez, followed by Cesar Lamas.
Is Gina here with us? Gina Gianni? If they're not, we can always call them at the end just in case as well.
Next 3 speakers, Ismael Gonzalez, followed by Cesar Lamas, followed by Tatiana Flores.
Hello again. I have sent each of you a detailed and thorough document with data and citations by email. Please read it at your leisure. It is my wish to implore each of you to support item K4 to allow the draft and hopefully adopt the moratorium on all warehouse and industrial projects in Moreno Valley. Moreno Valley has the opportunity to win support from residents, pause all industrial projects within the city limits, and fully vet and research the impacts that these projects pose to all stakeholders in our region. According to Moreno Valley Environmental Historical Preservation Commissioner Nathan Urena, there are already 9 other cities in the Inland Empire who have already adopted moratoriums or outright bans on industrial projects in order to study and mitigate environmental and health concerns. Those cities are Paris, Redlands, Hemet, Rialto, Norco, Pomona, Colton, Jurupa Valley, and Riverside. It is very unfortunate that Moreno Valley missed the opportunity to be a leading municipality in this regard, considering our city outranks most others in the Inland Empire by population. The only city that is larger than Moreno Valley is in our county is the city of Riverside. With a population of 250,000 people, it is obvious that Moreno Valley is saturated, and its saturated industrial areas are a leading contributor to the region's severe air pollution, increased risk for respiratory illnesses and cancers, increased traffic congestion, increased noise and light pollution, the loss and endangerment of ecosystems and wildlife, and the lack of diverse quality jobs. Many of those tonight in favor of warehouses and industrial areas will speak of outdated corporate propaganda that suggests that these developments bring jobs to the city and the region. Although they might be correct on superficial numbers that these corporations put on paper, they fail to mention how most jobs are degrading, low-wage positions with no or little opportunity for upward mobility. According to the research conducted by Thrive Inland SoCal and the Inland Empire Labor Institute, a quality job is one that pays $31 an hour, provides benefits, and that can sustain a family. The poverty level is $28.76 an hour, and the School of Business at UCR said the average warehouse worker only earns $21.52. That's well below the poverty level wage. And on the other hand, corporations and CEOs rake in revenues of upwards of millions and billions from the spaces we approve to
Ismael.
establish a warehouse.
Mr. Gonzalez, sorry to cut you off. We are at 2 minutes. We have some minor technical difficulties, just FYI on the screen. The clock is not working, but we're keeping track of time on our side just in case. So sorry to cut you off, but that is 2 minutes there as well.
So that's it?
Yes.
All
sir.
right.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. And yeah, just be a leader in this area.
The next three speakers are Cesar Lamas, followed by Tatiana Flores, followed by Ryan C. We could take a break. Yes.
Okay, yeah, let's
Thank
take just a brief recess while we figure out the technical difficulties.
Okay.
Good evening and welcome back to our council meeting. Before we resume the public comment, I'll just pass it over to our city clerk for some clarification on the timer.
Thank you, Mayor. Can we have all of our speakers that are currently, whose names are currently displaying on the display board, go ahead and line up? Please. So if you see your name, please line up behind Mr. Cesar Lamas. Yes.
It is in order as shown on the screen, just in case. It is in order as you will be called. And City Clerk, since we do have some technical difficulties with the clock on the screen, the City Clerk will manually be setting a timer and calling on the next speaker each time.
Okay, thank you.
Pardon, my name is still up there. When I spoke, I feel like you guys were so distracted with the time.
No.
I heard everything that you said about.
Yeah, everybody's going to get
I read your statement also.
the same amount of time.
It was actually longer than 2 minutes.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and resume with the meeting, and we'll go ahead and pick up where we left off, which was with Cesar Lamas.
City Council, it is my turn, right? Oh, okay, just making sure. City Council, Mayor, my name is Cesar Lamas. I am a proud member of the Laborers International Union of North America. 100% opposed to this moratorium, right? I think I have so much faith in you guys to eventually have a developer pitch an idea in front of you guys and you guys be able to make the decision on the spot instead of having a moratorium come to this position, right? About when I was like 15 or 16, you know, my dad was a laborer as well too. It hit him really, really hard when he lost his job for the first time. He had to go on the out of work list, right? It was kind of for the same concept. You know, the city was really pushing back on some of the union jobs, and that kind of really, really hurt us, you know. I remember my dad, he would essentially do a lot of things for us. He would eventually like run these like power cables through our house and stuff like that. We lost the light to our house. We were cooking on a stovetop, you know. Everything was electrical. My mom would put these pans outside with water, you know, heat that up outside in the sun. And I got to thank my parents more than anything for that, because my dad's the one that kind of really pushed me to be a laborer, you know. He gave me the opportunity because the way that he fought during these city council meetings and pushed for these jobs to continue to happen is what kept food on the table for me and my older brother. I won't take up too much of your time. I don't see the clock running, so I'm just try to keep it short and sweet. But yeah, no, 100% opposed to a moratorium. Hopefully you guys take that into consideration, and hopefully everybody has a good night.
The next three speakers are Tatiana Flores, followed by Ryan C., followed by Jennifer Cordova.
Hello, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Tatiana Flores, and I have been a Moreno Valley resident since 2009 when I was around 8 years old. I have attended Valverde District schools, I have played in the city's parks, I have grown up in these neighborhoods, and I have witnessed firsthand how our city's landscape has changed over time. I live in the southern portion of the city, District 4, essentially the last neighborhood before the border with Paris. Over the years, I have seen green space and open land disappear, replaced by massive industrial warehouses that now stretch for miles. Moreno Valley and the surrounding inland valley have been saturated with warehouses, truck traffic, and pollution. These warehouses have not brought the quality of life improvements residents should be granted. Instead, we are left with increasing air pollution, constant noise, damaged roads, and unsafe traffic conditions from trucks running through our city in exchange for jobs that are often low-paying and likely to be automated. Residents like me are concerned about the long-term health impacts and the safety of families who live nearby. Moreno Valley should not limit all of its potential growth and development to the warehouse industry, especially when it comes at the expense of its residents. A warehouse moratorium would give the city time to pause, evaluate cumulative impact, and consider more balanced and sustainable development that includes third spaces, housing, parks, schools, and local businesses that serve the community and strengthen connection, just like the immersive museum that was mentioned today. I am not against growth or progress. I just want development that diversifies our economy, serves residents, and is actually beneficial and usable. There are already many approved projects, including the World Logistics Center, and we still do not know about the long-term cumulative impacts they will have on our city, which should be studied before approving anything else. Thank you for your time, and I strongly urge you to support a warehouse moratorium and follow the example recently set by your neighbor Paris and Redlands.
The next three speakers are Ryan C., followed by Marshall Locke, followed by George Haig.
Good evening. Again, my name is Ryan. I am a citizen of Moreno Valley. I'm here to support a 45-day moratorium against new industrial uses and warehouses in the city. And like the city of Paris, I believe it should be extended significantly into the future. Quite frankly, 45 days is not enough. As we have just heard, this isn't going to impact any projects. This isn't going to take jobs because there aren't going to be projects that are taken away. So we are not here asking you to hurt trade unions in any regard. We're just asking for a moratorium so we can evaluate the impacts that this has. For instance, I frequently enjoy running in the city. You may or may not know that over 120 days of the year, the air is unhealthy for sensitive groups. So that means 1 in 3 days, I cannot go out and have a run because there's a hereditary lung disease that's in my family. That's the kind of thing that I'm asking you to consider. We can bring that number down. We can make it so that I get to have a more healthy life and I don't have to harm my health trying to do things that would actually improve my health. I have significantly more, but in the interest of time and everyone's sake, I yield back. Thank you all.
The next three speakers are Marshall Locke, followed by Mr. George Haig, followed by Bill Blankenship.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, staff. My name is Marshall Locke, and I'm a non-resident of Moreno Valley. I reside in the community just south of us of Nuevo. And you may be asking, why is a guy from Nuevo coming here to a Moreno Valley City Council meeting? Well, I did have the high privilege and distinct honor of meeting with Brian and with Sean not too long ago. And it had to do with Moreno Valley's proposed annexation of land by Gilman Springs Road and also a proposed development there. The one thing I want to say is a typical saying that the economists like to say is that when America sneezes, the world gets a cold. So what that means is to me is that what happens in Moreno Valley has an effect in my community, Nuevo, in the city of Paris, in Homeland, in Romaland, in Sun City, in Menifee, in Meade Valley. And so what is happening now is that for the last 30 some odd years, the Inland Empire General and Moreno Valley in particular has had the blessing of logistics and infrastructure and warehouses in terms of commerce, in terms of tax base, in terms of jobs and so on. But however, the pitfall to that is that it's no longer the 80s, it's no longer the 90s, it's no longer the early aughts anymore. One council member talked about being built out. And so that's why I want to talk about saturation, softness, and sustainability. The fact is that the Inland Empire and Moreno Valley and the surrounding areas, City of Paris, it was mentioned the city council member in City of Paris talked about being saturated, and he showed up a map of North Paris, South Moreno Valley. And he's there to dramatize that it is saturated. So what that means for me as a person, as a resident in Nuevo, is that we are very closely watching what happens with the area cities about these moratoriums. Because in my opinion, as a project manager in the public sector for 30 years, is that it is incumbent upon...
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
That's 2 minutes. Thank you.
Next three speakers are Mr. George Haig, followed by Bill Blankenship, followed by Seth Cox.
Good evening, George Haig. Please do not try to do the math with how many acres are left. Never bring that up again. The last couple of warehouses that you built or approved had to have approvals of general plan amendments or zone changes, which means our entire city is open for warehouses, because that's what you do. You approve a zone change, you approve a general plan amendment. Therefore, any land out there is open to a general plan amendment or a zone change. So any acres that you're being told that is all available for warehousing, it doesn't mean anything because of the actions that are done by this city. The World Logistics Center mentioned more than once. You've heard me say more than a few times that it's 12,000 diesel truck trips a day that's going to be added to State Route 60. What I have not said is it's also going to have over 50,000 other vehicle trips like vans and so forth. So not only are we going to add 12,000 daily diesel truck trips to State Route 60, we're adding 50,000 other vehicle trips like vans and deliveries and so forth as a result of that project. And you're going to add to that. I've been a AFL-CIO member all my life, even in retirement. It always makes me very sad to see union members supporting warehouses that impact people for generations for a few months worth of work. And that is what is happening. I support unions all the time. I believe in the Blue-Green Alliance all the time. But this is one of the times I've seen. They spoke in favor of a warehouse 18 feet away from an environmental justice community. That's unconscionable.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haig. Next three speakers, Bill Blankenship, followed by Seth Cox, followed by Lindsay Robinson.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, staff. My name is Bill Blankenship, representing NAIOP Inland Empire Chapter. Tonight, I respectfully ask you to not direct staff to move forward with the moratorium. You heard succinctly quantified tonight that there's maybe 90-some acres left in the city, so it certainly doesn't seem like an activity that's worth staff's time, and it certainly seems like it's something that doesn't make sense to send that message out to the finance community that the city is putting a pause, even if it's for 45 days. Honestly, I've only seen one city that declared a moratorium that expired at 45 days. So they almost always go on in perpetuity, and it could go on for another 10 months and 15 days. Then you could extend up to another year. So that could be 2 years. And even though with limited opportunities, it certainly doesn't make sense to do that. So again, I respectfully request, don't move forward with a moratorium tonight. And you've heard about other cities and what they've done and haven't done. I need to clarify, the city of Redlands hasn't done anything yet. Council directed staff to bring back a change in their zoning ordinance related to warehouses. They have 3 locations, only 2 of them could hold a 40,000 square foot warehouse, and that's certainly not a logistics facility. And then the other one could hold something larger, but a church is on that site. So they're really built out. Why they did that doesn't make any sense. So it's really a bad example to be used in this process. So again, please don't do this, and work through the process in finishing your general plan. Thank you very much.
The next three speakers, Seth Cox, followed by Lindsay Robinson, followed by Jose Munoz.
Council, staff, audience, please put your daggers away, because you're not going to like what I say probably, okay? I was coming up here to say, but it's been so long I forgot about half I was going to say. So Mr. Mohan answered most of my questions on extending of 45, because I don't think 45-day moratorium means squat. All right, it just passes by and it's done. So you enter right into a thing. I'd rather see 12 months up front and go from there, but he knows the rules, I don't. But what I would like to point out, Councilman Delgado started playing the numbers game, and he knows I like to play the numbers game too. He started quoting 4,600 acres of, developable for warehouse and everything else. But did anybody really, do they understand we have one person in this town that's controlling 3,300 acres for development? All right, and he hasn't built 10% of it in 20-something years. I won't mention any names, you know who they are. Whether it's warehouses, whether it's houses, there's 3,300 acres that these gentlemen right here should be working projects. But that person doesn't hire union. You, the council, created this fiasco that's going on right now. If, I'll say it, Mr. Benzivi, living up to his promise, was building, these gentlemen would be working his projects, but he's not. So they have to fight for every crumb that's left to stay working. And I feel for you. I support labor. My uncles worked to the day they died in labor jobs, okay? So I'm not anti-building, I'm not anti-progress, but we need to figure out how to figure out the mess. Thank you.
Next three speakers, Lindsay Robinson, followed by Jose Munoz, followed by Lawrence Carroll.
I think we are saturated with warehouses. We don't need more. We don't need to keep rezoning land that can be used for offices or residents to commercial. But like Seth said, I don't think a 45-day moratorium really accomplishes much. It needs to be, we either need to stop with the warehouses or do better than a 45-day moratorium. And I also agree with what Seth said, is what I was going to say is these guys could be working a lot with Mr. Benzivi's properties. Why isn't he putting up his warehouses and having us fix his roads and the sewer lines? You know, he's got Aquabella, 15,000 residential units. Why aren't they started on that? I mean, it's all been approved. How long is he going to sit on this land when these guys could be working and building those warehouses and apartments? So again, you guys, you need to crack the whip on Mr. Benzivi, get his warehouses going, and not rezone any more land in Moreno Valley for warehouses. Thank you.
Next three speakers, Jose Munoz, followed by Lawrence Carroll, followed by Alexis Morelos.
So we do not need any more warehouses. Our local infrastructure cannot handle it. Are we just going to sit down and wait for the state to build more lanes where you have Mr. Benzivi building his new warehouse? You're just going to wait for them to come and save us? We're already in a smog basin. I don't know if you checked our California Healthy Places Index. We're rated one of the worst in the state. He mentioned earlier our air quality is not the best. Well, how are we making it better if you just add more warehouses? Years ago, we were promised clean idle, clean this. They're driving up and down roads that schools exist on. No matter what route you choose, there will be losers. There will be an apartment. There will be a school right by there. So you're picking winners and losers. You're picking little kids who get cancer and little ones who don't. And that's what you're doing with your routes, with your little extending your warehouses. And what guarantees you even have these jobs will remain? We see automation happening. You've already seen countless promises broken. All right, so how many more are you gonna believe? And it's crazy how developers just donate to a campaign and suddenly where I live, that developer has a warehouse. I've seen it over the years. Your predecessors, some of you, it's very true. We could pull up the donation forms. And that's where I'm leaving.
Next three speakers, Lawrence Carroll, followed by Alexis Morelos, followed by Donovan Sadiq.
Hello. I've been a Moreno Valley native for 28 years. I was born and raised here. I only wish that this moratorium would have been passed perhaps earlier when we didn't have such a buildup of the same type of industry. One thing I worry about is the lack of a diversification of industry in the Inland Empire. I'm especially worried about it because I work in a warehouse. I've worked in warehouses actually in the area for about 5 years now. I see that automation is coming for them. And I worry about the future, the economic future of our city as well as the surrounding regions if we, don't diversify our industries. And I hope that you all pass this so, it could help other cities out, so that they could, have the opportunity to not be, shotgun down this lane of overdevelopment of logistics centers. I hope that, we could develop something more interesting around here, maybe other forms of industry. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Next three speakers, Alexis Morelos, followed by Donovan Sadiq, followed by Christopher Baca.
Good evening, council members, mayor. My name is Alexis Morelos. I am a member of the Inland Empire Democratic Socialists of America and also a resident of Moreno Valley. I have lived here for all 26 years of my life. And it's very unfortunate to hear that we're already built out because, as my previous fellow said, it would have been nice to have prevented a lot of this build out. And so I would still like to speak on the impacts. So fact is, the Inland Empire is undoubtedly the most warehouse saturated in California. Its residents are suffering because of it. The Inland Empire consistently ranks as having some of the worst air quality in the nation, and the continued development of warehouses only serves to maintain that status with a constant flow of semi-trucks pumping particulate matter into the air. Respiratory issues rise, especially amongst our children. We see an asthma hospitalization rate 1.5 times higher than the state average. And as I understand it, our city has over 36 developments underway, including the infamous World Logistics Center, which would cover 5 times the area of Disneyland. Even without a moratorium, it's apparent to see the kind of harm that this would bring to our city and to our neighboring cities. The influx of trucks will also bring severe economic drain in the form of road repairs. One semi-truck trip does roughly the same damage as 10,000 by your average sedan. Where is the revenue going to come from our city to pay for that damage when, as one of my fellows before me said, there are likely going to be an estimated 12,000 daily diesel truck trips? And I ask this also because the city of Paris, which has already left us behind in terms of passing a moratorium and even extending their own moratorium, they called for a fiscal emergency where it was noted that warehouse-related revenue has been on a steady decline. These jobs are paying $22 an hour, and that's not to mention the fact that they will likely be automated. Thank you. Thank you.
Next 3 speakers, Donovan Sadiq, followed by Christopher Baca, followed by Carla Cervantes.
All right, good evening again. Real quick, to my brothers in the union and stuff like that, a moratorium is not going to make a difference because whatever's been going on, it's not going to be affected at all. So I don't even really understand why you guys are actually here. But a lot of what we're talking about has already been litigated 10 years ago. Everything that has been said just about for or against the World Logistics Center, we did that battle 10 years ago. Now, personally, I don't mind a moratorium because it's not going to change anything. There's nothing being built. The biggest thing is, Seth said it, and a lot of people said it before, Edo, Benvizi, and Highland Fairview are sitting on a lot of land that you guys should be working. And that's just the bottom line. He's sitting on it. So if you're for it or if you're against it, you guys have to make that decision. I don't think it's going to make much of a difference. And again, you know, we fought these battles before. I've seen this before. I was not against the warehouses, but I'm for progress at the same time. Either way it goes, construction's going to be constructed. Projects that have been approved have already been approved. But the fact of the matter is we are warehouse capital in the Inland Empire. That's just a fact. So, yeah, want to put that out there for you guys.
Next 3 speakers, Christopher Baca, followed by Carla Cervantes, followed by Franco Pacheco.
The devil's always in the works. I mean, Benzivi's always it. To me, this has something to do with either he doesn't want them because he doesn't want the competition, or he wants it for some other ulterior motive. And that's what I want to point out. If you really want to do something for the community, include the Gilman Springs project. Include the WLC, rescind the WLC, rescind the Aquabella, if you really want to do something, honest. Otherwise, this is nonsense. It's absolutely nonsense. My question is, or my request would be to include the Gilman Springs and start considering rescinding the WLC and Aquabella. My question to you, if you would please take note of this, is a EFID. That is an Enhanced Infrastructure Financial District. Does this have anything, like I said, the devil's always in the works. Does this have anything to do with the EFID in which he will be able to get some kind of special financing for his bogus projects? Thank you.
Next 3 speakers are Carla Cervantes, followed by Franco Pacheco, followed by David Moore.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to respectfully urge you to consider a temporary moratorium on large warehouse developments in order to protect community health, environmental integrity, and open space while thoughtful planning is done. First, there are serious public health concerns. Thousands of daily truck trips associated with warehouses release diesel pollution, including fine particulate matter and nitrogen oxides. These pollutants are linked to asthma, heart disease, and premature death, impacts felt most strongly by children, seniors, and those with existing health conditions. In addition, large paved facilities intensify heat through increased infrared heat retention, worsening urban heat island effects, and raising health risks during extreme heat events. Second, this is an issue of environmental justice. Warehouse projects are disproportionately placed near low-income neighborhoods and communities of color. These residents already face higher pollution burdens, and additional exposure deepens long-standing health inequities. A pause would allow the city to evaluate whether current policies truly protect all residents fairly. Third, quality of life matters. Constant truck noise, traffic congestion, and air pollution disrupts daily life. Massive buildings block views, stain roads, and permanently change the character of neighborhoods. Once open land is gone, it is gone forever. From an environmental standpoint, these developments have eliminated green spaces. They also consume vast tracts of land that could otherwise support housing, parks, or preserved open space resources our community desperately needs. The benefits of the jobs, they're being automated. We have lost over 20,000 jobs in the industrial sector since 2022. And we have lost even more jobs in every other sector. These things are being automated. It happened in Bloomington. It's happening now. The Union Brothers have over 20 years worth of work just based on the projects that are already approved. So please just pass this moratorium so that we can look at the cumulative effects that your constituents deserve to be able to have you guys advocate for their health. Thank you.
Next three speakers, Franco Pacheco, followed by David Moore, followed by Al Sanchez.
Good evening again. My name is Franco Pacheco. I'm one of the founders of Inland Valley Alliance for Environmental Justice, which we have members now spanning from Menifee, Riverside, Mead Valley, Paris, Moreno Valley, and seeking to go beyond. But a warehouse moratorium, I know some people said it wouldn't make a difference, but it makes a lot of difference because we can stop future warehousing from coming next to homes, next to schools. I don't know if you guys have ever driven down Paris Boulevard or Heathcock, but it's like dystopian, man. I hate driving down through there, and sometimes I have to because the 215 is totally saturated with trucks. The line comes up all the way right here through that interchange, all the way back down to past Cajalco. You know, and this moratorium is a good time to study what happens, how other cities' projects affect Moreno Valley, how other people's warehousing projects affect Moreno Valley. I know two of your guys' members sit on the GPA, and there you guys are going to approve a cargo airplane warehouse facility there. So how's that going to affect us? These are things that should be discussed as it relates to the moratorium and how air quality impacts. For the last 2 or 3 years, I think San Bernardino and Riverside County have been ranked #1 and #2 in the worst air quality in the nation. So this is a good step. Do the moratorium for as long as we can, and also ban them outright for future developments. That way developers are forced to bring things that the community wants. I don't think anybody here really, truly believes that we deserve more warehouses. We need them. We can do other things, apartments, housing, art installations, art museums. I know you guys talked about that earlier in the meeting, but it's time for a change. Thank you.
Next three speakers, David Moore, followed by Al Sanchez, followed by Jose Rodillo.
Good morning. Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is David Moore. I'm a 15-year member of Labor's International Union of North America. We oppose this item that affects our livelihood directly. I'm a local resident. If this were to pass, it would affect my family and many others from our community. We strongly oppose the moratorium and ask that you do as well. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this matter.
Next three speakers, Al Sanchez, followed by Jose Rodillo, followed by Julio Flores.
Hello, council members. My name is Al Sanchez. I'm a member of LaUna. I've been out here working for I have about 60,000 hours of work time out in the field. That's not a short job. You know, we have a saying, we were looking for a job when we found this job. We love to build. Everything we do it's done with apprentices that are learning how to be skilled and trained. They're getting paid well. We get paid well. We have safety regulations we go through. We can't stop progress. I have a good union brother of mine. I was talking about that a while back. Once that door's open, it's there. We got to build. We love to build. We're just asking, please don't stop. We can chew gum and we can still work at the same time. So thank you very much.
Next three speakers are Jose Rodillo, followed by Julio Flores, followed by Jason Bays.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Jose Rodillo, and I'm a proud member of La Una Laborers International Union, North America. And I'm here to oppose the 45 days moratorium. I've been a member for 23 years, and it was small increments that got me to 23 years. 6 months here, year here. It helped me provide for my family. And these projects, it's projects like these that create a future for the next generation. And you could be assured that we will build it to the higher standards. It's something that I can't explain because once upon a time I didn't have a career, but with La Una we have the best training at our training school, and it gives us the skills and trades to build these buildings with and help us provide for our families. And with that, please, I respectfully urge you to oppose this 45 days moratorium. Thank you.
Next three speakers, Julio Flores, followed by Jason Bays, followed by Luis Palomares.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. My name is Julio Flores. I'm a proud resident of Moreno Valley. I'm also representative for the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. I'm here to stand up for the men and women who built this city and the families who depend on that work. A moratorium on warehouses and industrial construction doesn't just slow development. It directly impacts carpenters and construction workers who rely on these projects to support their families and stay employed locally. When projects are paused, the work doesn't stop. It moves elsewhere. That forces carpenters out of Moreno Valley. It keeps them on the road longer and pulls money out of our local economy. Carpenters take pride in our work. We build the infrastructure that allows this city to grow and function, yet a moratorium places that burden on planning challenges on the very workers who didn't create them. We recognize concerns about traffic and quality of life, and those deserve some real solutions. But a blanket moratorium isn't a solution. It creates uncertainty, threatens jobs, and hurts working families. We're asking this council to take a balanced approach, improve standards and planning without sidelining the workers who built this city. Please consider the families behind these orange vests, who wear these hard hats, and the long-term impact that this decision will have on Moreno Valley's workforce. We strongly urge that you vote no on this moratorium. Thank you.
Next three speakers, Jason Bays, followed by Luis Palomares, followed by Jose Garcia.
Jason Baez with Laborers International Union of North America, here tonight in full opposition. You know, it's very difficult to recall the times that we've gone through very financial struggles in our life because they're traumatical experiences that we don't want to recall. But they set in when we see a friend or a neighbor who loses his job and has the rug pulled up from under him, and the bills begin to stack over their head and hopelessness sets in. Further, we need to accumulate a certain amount of hours each quarter to keep our medical benefits intact. And for some, with those loved ones who have serious medical conditions, that's really serious. In closing, our very honored brother, Frank E. Brown, the most key historical developer of Moval, committed his lifelong fortune to the vision of us being the thriving hub gatekeepers of the East Corridor. And that vision still exists within many of us. And we're here tonight to ask you to keep good paying union jobs, management positions, secretarial positions, clerical, accounting, technician positions, all those jobs that these projects bring. Keep them alive in our community. Keep us progressing forward to keep our community in a good position for tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Next two speakers, Luis Palomares, followed by Jose Garcia.
Wow, I support my union brothers here. My dad was a union worker at Bethlehem Steel in Fontana when we lived in LA County. Also, I got grandsons that went to and got their union. They went through the trades and all that. And a son-in-law. So we got a lot of members that are in the unions also in my family. But wow, this is pretty ironic that Paris, they're almost all built out over there. Oh, they're going to put a moratorium. Really, really, really? Riverside, why don't they put a moratorium? All those trucks are on the Meridian. They're on Riverside. You know, not here in Moreno Valley. We still got land to build out here. We still got to do things. But how noble of these cities to say, oh, we're going to put in a moratorium. Just because they jump off a cliff, do we got to jump off a cliff with Paris? Give me a break. They got all their buildings over there. They're doing better than us. Because when they didn't build them here at the World Logistic, Paris said, bring it here, bring it on, we'll do it. And Paris is saying, oh, we're in trouble financial. Yeah, they just want to create a crisis so they can, raise taxes over there and those poor people. And then they'll start building again. Come on, give me a break. 40 days? Really, really, 40 days? We don't even got anything coming over the horizon because at the Planning Commission, they're always canceling, meetings because there's nothing in the pipeline. What's the point? 45 days. No, it's a start to say it's 45 days. And then we're going to take it to 6 months. And then we're going to take it a year. Really, really. It's a bunch of bull crap, really, if you ask me. So, keep these guys working and bring it on. Don't do this a moratorium. You got the haters, the NIMBYs, yada, yada. We don't want nothing here. Imagine if we would have had the World Logistics Center building. But they had them in court for 10 years, who was going to hire or not. We could have had a lot of those buildings here. We could have had a lot of these guys working. So it's a crock of crap. It's just another way to, we don't want it. Let's keep it coming. Let's do what we got to do for our brothers here, the city here.
Thank you,
and
Ms.
as far as
Palomares.
everything else, let's just do it. Thank you.
The next two speakers are Jose
We don't support
Garcia,
the moratorium.
followed by Roy Blecker.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, I wasn't going to speak in lieu of time. My voice isn't helping me either. I might be all over the place, but I'm going to try to get this. The invocation today was be fair to everybody. Think of everybody. It's easy to come up here and speak against somebody else's job because it doesn't affect them. But like the brothers have said before, this is how we support our family. This is how we keep benefits. This is how we stay off system, the government. We are not asking for a handout. We work for our living. We're hourly. Our pensions depend hourly. A lot of the people spoken before me are young people. They're the cause. They're the ones ordering the Grubhub. They're the ones ordering Uber. They're the ones ordering Amazon. Yet to do that. Very hard to get clothes for a short chubby man online without trying on clothes. And it's funny, but I come from the days where we wanted to go to the mall. Somebody said the mall light bothers them. So we know too, a fact, that if you put a mall versus a warehouse, you get more trips to the mall, more smog, more all this. So I don't know where they're saying build something we want. You get more trips out of commercial than industrial. It's a fact. 50,000 cars will go to a shopping center versus 12,000 trucks. And I'm not saying it's okay, but this is the hub right now. And if we don't take advantage of the opportunities and the money brought in by these developers to help build up our city, we don't have the money to do a lot of the infrastructure here. And they bring it here. And if we start turning them away, guess what? These people aren't going to be the only ones affected. We're all going to be affected. Thank you very much for your time. Please oppose this moratorium.
The next speaker is Roy Blecker.
Final speaker.
10 seconds.
The
Signal
final
what's
speaker
going
is
on.
Roy Blecker, and he gets
Shows
2
you how
minutes.
We're doing this. Okay. I brought up earlier the project, the county where labor were cooperating, Hillwood. Down there where labor cooperated. That warehouse that you turned down $60 million, 4 of you did, is being built in Mead Valley. For all of you that think we're all going to die of diesel smoke, you think that pollution that's going on or whatever you're trying to come up with doesn't come over here, or you stop that project, what you did was ruin and put this community behind with this type of attitude. This has the effect across. Bob brought it up about the person that was coming in. You put this on, it's going to send a signal to every developer, everyone that wants to put a coffee shop, gas station, anything. Stay the hell away from this place, because you know what? If you invest a dime in here, you're likely to push it right down the toilet because you don't know what's going to happen. We don't want to do stupid like other cities do. 111%. And this thing should stop right here, right now. If we want to have a discussion about moratoriums or changing it, then bring that on. But don't do this piecemeal stuff that keeps our community going downhill and behind the 8 ball every time, to the detriment of the 200,000 people that live here. And I'm damn tired of seeing it.
Mayor, that concludes all of public comments for this item.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. If we could please keep it down, keep it respectful. Everybody had their chance to speak. We'll go ahead and bring it back to the dais now for any council questions of staff, council deliberation, and ultimately a motion and a second. We'll hand it over to Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a question for Sean. Of the 4 or 5 applications that require general plan amendments, changes of zone, where are they located, and are they industrial warehouse distribution, or are they manufacturing? If you have that information.
So one of the projects that's under consideration by the planning division is for manufacturing. That project is located generally next to the auto center, south of the established Pro Lodges project. That is for manufacturing of, it's a cabinetry business. I don't have an exact square footage on that building, but that is one of the buildings. We also have a project located off of Genshin and Heacock that has been in for review for a number of years that would require a GPA zone change in that location. That's approximately 2 buildings, approximately 1.5 million square feet between the pair of them. There is a project that is located just to the south of World Logistics Center near Merwin that is also proposed for a 1 million square foot industrial building. Now there's one more, but those are the ones right off the top of my head that are requiring zone changes.
But only one is manufacturing of the non-conforming ones, correct? Potentially.
Well, so that is the only one that we are aware of what the final use will be. Manufacturing could ultimately go into any one of those buildings, but the only one that we know for sure the use that is being proposed is the first one that I named. So these buildings can be used for either logistics or for manufacturing. An example of that is Karma in town.
Thank you.
Councilmember Delgado.
So this is deliberation, right? We can actually
questions,
deliberations, all the above. Okay, so when my fellow council member proposed this, I was like, why are we doing this? We're built out, in my mind, right? We're built out. So then we did the research on the numbers and the acreage that we spoke of earlier, and I was like, well, it probably won't make a difference because we're built out. But then I'm hearing all the public comments, and thank you all for your comments, both pro and against this moratorium. Because what that does, and that's what this process is for, that doesn't change our mind, but it says that these folks have good ideas, or they brought up something that I didn't even think of. Somebody said that each project should be based on their merit, and I truly believe that. Every project should be based on their merit, but if we do this moratorium, it puts a blanket on anything that is not settled in the city so far, and we don't even give the project an opportunity to even be presented. Like the Hillwood project. It got denied because of its merit, because of its location, or whatever the reason it was, we denied it. Then I thought, well, you know what? This 45-day pause will do us good in the city because it is an opportunity for us to get the general plan update finalized via the state, and then it comes back to the city, and we massage it, and we fix it, whatever it takes. But then I was thinking, you know what? I have to go back to what I believe, and that every project should be based on its merit. So for that, I am not a believer, but I don't really believe on a blanket decision on anything. I think everything should be based on its merit or in the information provided. And if the information provided was negative towards our city, then we make a decision based off that. But just to put something blanket over one particular, not region, but process of the building in the city of Moreno Valley is, I have a hard time with. So for those reasons, I'm not going to support this this moratorium. Again, it wasn't that that my mind was changed, but you brought up some really good points. I don't think it's going to affect you guys that much, even if we don't do it, because there's just not that much work to come into the city. So if it were 12, 15 years ago and your next 20 years depended on our decision tonight, it's a whole different story. But I don't think this is going to be that much of a difference for you. And that's kind of like what you guys are saying is like, man, this is going to be work for us. It may not be. It may not be because there might not be any projects because of like I said earlier, the size of the lots and these ones that are already done. So for those reasons, I can't support a moratorium for our city. So I'll let you guys kind of hash it out, but that's my opinion.
Thank you, and I'll look to my other two colleagues, District 1, District 4, to see if they have any comments, any questions.
So I was the one that brought this forward, and one of the main reasons I brought it forward is we are coming in here week after week, and I feel like the conversations that continue to happen, even from the public, there are a lot of things that are being convoluted, a lot of things that are being mixed together. And so I believe that we do need at least a 45-day pause. And I was looking at, because I was told it has to be an initial 45, and I was looking at even going as far as 90 days, because one, we have a general plan update that we need to get worked out with the AG. And I don't know if anybody can figure this part out, but it is kind of hard to come here, have a project, and we're still trying to figure out what's going on with the AG, what's going on with the general plan update. You hear it from the public. They're constantly confusing and merging and meshing things of, well, you guys are going to switch to R10. No, you should be going 2006. And I've had this conversation numerous times with city staff of, okay, here's the thing. The public is getting all of this confused. Just pause everything. Let us handle what needs to be handled with the general plan update, the AG, because I've also told them, don't bring us anything until the AG says what they say or we've worked it all out. Because my fear is you start approving projects again, and now we're back in the same predicament because we haven't cleared up everything with general plan and the AG. So I'm trying to give us the room and the space to clear everything before we just continue to roll down the hill. So while I hear everything that the union brothers and sisters are saying, and listen, and I was a representative of my union for years as a social worker with 721. I completely understand, but I don't think these make or break any of the jobs that you guys are going for or looking for. There's plenty of work that there's still to be done. We're talking about the project in Mead Valley with Hillwood. And there's plenty of work that I think you guys still are able to get. I think this pause or this hold has nothing to do with what's actually already approved and coming down the pipeline. We're talking about relatively not a lot of warehousing that we're talking about, but I do think there needs to be a conversation, needs to be slowed down. Also, we've had a lot of conversations around automation. To the one person in the audience who gave the data and the reports from Thrive and Inland SoCal, that was with IELI. That was my center and my directors that did that, so I know the project. Also, we can have conversations around AI conversions and what's happening with AI, and I'm also very concerned about data centers coming here. So that's another part of regulation we haven't even gotten into that this moratorium could actually help us with figuring out, because there are a lot of environmental things that happen with that. So I was looking at it from an all-encompassing of this is a conversation that needs to be had. It's a conversation that I think people have been trying to have. And I just was like, you know what? There is no time like the present to have it and figure out what we're going to do. So I understand what Councilmember Delgado is saying. I hear what the public is saying. But sometimes life is about hard decisions. And I represent an area on the southern end where we came into there's already a lot of warehousing. I am also a parent whose child whose kids go to a school that is created literally diagonally from a warehouse. So I can see and I can think of all of these things. And when we're talking about sensitive receptors, I think we need to look at that. I don't think we've had a full study about what the impacts are, what this means, what's going to happen environmentally. And I've also continued to ask, what happens as the warehousing jobs go away? So while you are telling me, yes, I understand, we need to build these jobs, we're not asking for a handout, I hear all of that, I really do. But once you build it, then what's left for the people that we're telling to work there, who we all know are getting low-wage jobs? And how many times have we gone into trying to get Amazon to unionize? Like, there are a number of things that I think we need to look at. And it's more than just like, okay, let's build it and figure out what happens and what goes there later. I'm thinking about the future, because I know I have to live under these rules. I will not be up here forever, but I do also have to think about my children that may still live here, and how long they're going to be here in future generations.
Thank you, and I'll go ahead and give my comments as well. And I want to start off by, again, saying thank you to all those who came out this evening on all the different sides of this particular topic. The topic of industrial development in Moreno Valley and the entire Inland Empire has become something that over time has gotten more tense, more controversial as time goes on. Stronger opinions, heels dug in on all sides, deeper and deeper as time has gone on. And if you care to go back and look at different council meetings, videos, and all of that, I'm sure you'll, see where all of us stand for the most part when it comes to industrial development. But here before us, we have a proposal that is up for us to decide what we're going to do. What form, what shape is this going to take if this moves forward or not? And so, to dive into some of the specifics of where I am on this, I think I'm somewhere in the middle of Councilmember Delgado and Councilmember Bernard on this particular topic. I too am a parent of two. I have very young children, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old. And, I hear the concerns when it comes to air quality and things like asthma rates and congestion and quality of jobs. I understand all of that. And I too in the past have brought up concerns about definitely making sure that there are PLAs and CWAs in place for public works projects, for private projects. That is critical, but also the workers that are in the building that actually get hired by the companies. What type of wages are they earning? What type of benefits are they securing? Are those career opportunities, or are our people just essentially being farmed and recycled inside of these large concrete buildings? Now, on the other side, there's no denying that this industrial growth helped the city of Moreno Valley and the IE get out of the Great Recession. There's no denying that there are major economic benefits that come with this industrial growth. There's no denying the job creation, the property tax that the cities collect. There's no denying that either. But it's important to acknowledge the pros and the cons and be open and transparent about those things. And so when I look at where are we today in the city of Moreno Valley in our development, as has been said, we're almost built out. We're almost built out. Almost all of the land that we have left that is vacant in Moreno Valley is accounted for. There's a very small amount, maybe 100 or so acres that are left, that are still left to see applications come through and proposals be submitted to the city. It's not much. We're almost built out. And on industrial alone, the World Logistics Center, 40 million square feet of industrial. That's every Amazon building you see, every Skechers, that's 1 million square feet. Multiply that by 40. That's approved and entitled on the World Logistics Center, but not yet built. They built one, Skechers 3, if I remember correctly. Skechers 3, which is approaching completion. That's 1 out of 40. There's still 39 left that are approved, entitled, waiting to be built. And so on that, I would ask, why has it not been built yet? Why are sticks not going vertical? And that's a question for the developers. That's a conversation that needs to be had with the developer, to ask them, why is construction not moving faster? Why are those union jobs not already happening yesterday? That is the real question in my mind. And I think this conversation is more, the way I see it, about higher standards for the future of our city. Are we going to put all of our eggs into one basket and tie our hands for the rest of the future of the city? Or are we going to take a deep look at what we have left and change our focus, change our approach, to look more critically and strategically about the industries, about the companies, the businesses that we pursue, that we attract, that we entice to come do business in the city of Moreno Valley? And I believe it's long overdue for us to have that long conversation, to have the highest and best use for these properties. And for example, also the general plan update, I think that's a critical part of this, that while completely separate, to have applications come before us on our agendas, requesting general plan amendments while we are going through this very difficult general plan update that has taken way longer than it should have. We need to get that general plan update figured out, finalized, and done with. So we get that out of the way, get it clarified, and then we can move forward with future development for our city. And so I think that we need to shift our focus to other growing industries. The data shows that there is increased demand for several years ahead of us for things in healthcare. We're talking about outpatient services. We're talking about hospitals. We're talking about clinics. Our aging population here in the United States is demanding those services. What are we doing about that? What are we doing to pursue and incentivize those industries to come in addition to Kaiser and RUHS, which are growing significantly? We have RadNet and Loma Linda Medical Clinic coming in here very soon, later this year. How do we continue to grow the healthcare sector and industry in the city of Moreno Valley, which create high-paying jobs, careers, union jobs as well? How do we do a better job of going after those industries that are growing and in demand? Advanced manufacturing, that's another thing. Advanced and specialized manufacturing. We have Karma, our assistant city manager mentioned another, it is an industrial building. And so I for a moment, just want to, we haven't really expounded on this, but when we talk about logistics and warehousing and industrial, our minds instantly go to the large 1 million square foot distribution centers. But it's important to note that there are various different uses that are within that industrial component. Manufacturing, research and development, flex, business park. There's a lot of different types of uses that fall within the category of logistics and industrial. And so I think that we, if we do move forward with some kind of moratorium, I think that we don't need any more distribution centers. We have enough of those built and entitled, waiting to be built. But I think it is prudent and a good idea for us to leave the door open to manufacturing, to leave the door open for research and development, for clean technology companies that want to come into the city of Moreno Valley that are somewhere along the supply chain of energy, batteries, electric vehicles. We should leave the door open to those type of industries which use warehouses as well. And lastly, I think that we should also explore what other opportunities are there within our economic development department, public-private partnerships, other opportunities to incentivize and try to get these companies and these industries that I already mentioned. What more can we do through our Moreno Valley utility or our economic development department to attract and incentivize these particular industries to come to the city of Moreno Valley? So I'm trying to find a middle ground here because I also don't support a blanket moratorium. I don't support that. I don't think it would be good for the city. I think we need to find some middle ground where we set higher standards for the city of Moreno Valley and set our city up for success for years to come instead of building everything out, entitling everything that we have left, and then we have no options whatsoever for 5, 10, 15, 20 years into the future. So I'll pause there and would love to hear from my remaining 2 colleagues on the council as well, but I hope that we can find a middle ground on this particular topic. Mayor Pro Tem.
I just want to add something that may help with the middle ground, and I kind of alluded to it earlier. The remaining not only the remaining vacant land, right, but the existing applications that require a general plan amendment, change of zone, right. Look at those, right, because 96% of our land that's for industrial is either built or will be built out. That leaves 4%. Looking at those, unless they have, as Sean mentioned, one of them has a manufacturer at the end of it. So I don't know how that adds to the middle ground, in my opinion, because yes, they want to change the zone, they want a general plan, but they have a cabinet manufacturer, right? So that's different than the typical distribution logistics warehouse.
Well, and on that note, yes, Mr. City Manager, if you can maybe to that question, is that an option that we have available?
So specifically to the question of whether or not there's an application that has been received, and they're in some various stages of completion as they go through the process. Once we've received a completed application, that particular developer has certain vested rights. So typically with urgency ordinance and items like this for the moratorium, you don't want to touch those vested rights because of future lawsuits. So that's why when we were talking earlier, we were talking about new applications, new development, because once the moratorium is in place, applications can't be received. But anything that's already in the process has vested rights, regardless of whether or not a GPA is needed, a zone change is needed. You guys can take that, Planning Commission can take that on the project, the merits of the project, and so can council. But we do not want to include vested rights as part of this urgency ordinance.
So,
and also keep in mind too that with general plan amendments, you have broad discretionary authority to deny them. It's just being simply inconsistent with your general plan.
So going back on the numbers, Brian or Sean, so that leaves 92 acres of vacant land. 144 minus 52, that's 92, roughly.
I just think all projects should be brought forward on their own merits and looked at individually. I don't think that we should just blanketly say we don't want this particular business or, and if it's a bad project, we deny it. If it's a good project, we look at it, just like we had the billboards come today and we had to look at the project as a whole and decide and then still send it through the process. But these are things that we should look at. So, and 45 days, it's not really much. It's just like, what are we going to say? Oh, for 45 days, we're not going to, and then at the end of the 45 days, we're back right here where we are. So And then, or maybe we'll extend it and we'll have everyone come out again and speak. But, I mean, let's just look at each project as they come in.
And if I can add on to this as well, to the point of, vested rights and completed applications, et cetera, I also want to be cautious. And I think we should, on those particular ones, it's a handful, right? It's, 8 or 13, depending on which ones are completed applications, which ones are general plan amendments, 13. I think the risk of potential litigation outweighs any benefit we get from including those in a moratorium. So I think on those, for sure, we should leave it up to the merits and allow them to come to us, go through the process, and then, we can make that decision when it's before us. But I think what we're talking about is the vacant land that it's unentitled, unaccounted for, no applications in the pipeline, those. And I just did the quick math. So I think an acre is about 42,000 square feet. Multiply that by 92 acres. It's about 3.8 million square feet. So at the most, it's maybe 4 distribution centers, maybe. And you'd still need to get an application submitted, years of review, potential lawsuits from, through CEQA. At best, maybe 5 to 10 years from now, you're going to see this 3.8 million industrial, if it even gets approved. So again, just to put it into perspective. So I guess I would look to my colleagues. I don't know if there's support here from Councilmember Delgado or Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz, but I would look to Councilmember Bernard and Mayor Pro Tem to see, if we can maybe include an exclusion for manufacturing, for advanced manufacturing, healthcare, as part of a moratorium, and.
So I think what I think is being lost in all of this, it's literally us coming back to review for 45 days. That is a month and a half. That is the length of a Medi-Cal application being processed for the county of Riverside. It is a month and a half. What can really come down the pipeline in a month and a half that does not allow us to deal with the general plan update, doesn't allow us to deal with whatever's going on with the AG? It is a month and a half. And at the end of the month and a half, if you guys choose not to renew it for 90 days or however long, then we're done. I don't think it's really that big of a deal to then, like, let's add this little clause to it. Let's add this asterisk to it. At this point, I'm like, either vote it up or vote it down, because now we're parsing and piecing things together when, if that's how you guys would like it to be, which is you want everything to come for the merit, then we don't have to actively exclude anything. You guys can just vote my entire motion down, and then we see where everything lands. Like, there's no need to piecemeal it in. Just either vote it up or vote it down. That's it.
Yeah. Well, Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, the city attorney and I would like to remind council that we have a 2 staff report process when it comes to motions. So this is the benign, and depending on what you guys choose tonight, which would only require 3 votes to move it forward, and you guys are directing city attorney to draft an ordinance, that next action is the 4/5 vote. So, and the city attorney can actually draft the ordinance with options and so forth. So, but tonight's direction, it only requires 3 votes to move it to the secondary aspect, where now you're deciding the merit of the ordinance itself. And that requires a 4/5 vote pursuant to Governmental Code 65858.
And again, in the ordinance, it would provide options. So essentially at the meeting, you would decide what to exclude from the moratorium, if that's what the 4/5 of the council wants to do.
Can you repeat that?
So, okay, I'm going to repeat a little bit of what he said. So you need only 3 votes to move it forward. You need a 4/5 vote to adopt the moratorium. When I come back with the moratorium ordinance, if we are going that direction, I'll provide options as to what you want to exclude from the moratorium, based on all of our zoning definitions.
Okay. Well, thank you for clarifying that. And I think with that, we can just bring it back to the council, and unless there's any further deliberation, again, as the city attorney said, it would have to come back to the council at least one more time to figure out the details and then bring it up for a final vote. So I'll bring it back to the council and see if there's a motion and a second.
I make a motion to move forward with having city staff draft a 45-day initial moratorium.
I second that.
Could the motion also include pursuant to Governmental Code 65858?
Pursuant to Governmental Code 65858.
So the city attorney will be back this next meeting with the ordinance.
Well,
Thank you.
we have to
And-
vote, don't we?
And before,
Sorry,
before we
voted.
before we call for the vote, I just want to state once again, I've already said it, but I'm going to vote yes on this with the understanding that I will be asking for exemptions and carve-outs when this comes back to the council, and hope that there's a consensus for that. Just want to state that for the record. So with that, let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard.
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado.
No.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
Now let's talk about land acknowledgement.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for bearing with us. It is 10:23 now, so we'll go ahead and move to our next item on the agenda, which is item K5, explore adding a land acknowledgement at the beginning of the agenda for future council meetings. And we'll turn it over to our city manager, Brian Mohan, for a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor.
Ms.
Council
Palomares,
members.
please. This is the second time I have to ask you, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. So if you recall, at the last meeting on June 6th, Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz motion for council to explore adding a land acknowledgement at the beginning of the agenda for future council meetings, the way the school districts and the college districts do, which was seconded by Mayor Cabrera and approved on a 5-0 vote. As part of the development of the staff report, I included both of the school districts' land acknowledgement. So in the staff report, pursuant to Section E, open session, item 2, land acknowledgement, states the verbiage used by Moreno Valley Unified School District. For Valverde Unified School District, it's Section C, reconvene into open session, item 4, reading of land acknowledgement. And then for the Riverside County, or Riverside Community College District, it's under order of business after the Pledge of Allegiance. So the actual verbiage from each of those particular institutions are within the staff report. And with that, I'm looking for a conversation at the dais and a direction to staff as to whether or not to move this forward to the next meeting for an official vote. I'm available for any comments questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. We'll bring it back to the dais for any council questions of staff.
I do, and I was reading through this, and I think it's cool. It's really good that you acknowledge that. I do have one question. The difference between the city and possibly the school districts and the college is we build stuff, and we hire developers to tear up land. And if there's something in a historic something in the dirt, what's that?
Tribal cultural resources.
Tribal cultural resources, and we find one of our developers find it, are we put in a position where we're not honoring our statement at the beginning of the meetings? Or, and I think I'm all for it. This is great, but I just want to make sure that we're not putting the city into a position of possible conflict because the school districts don't build. Well, they might, but I guess they would.
Yeah, so I would put it a little different. City doesn't build. We approve development projects. Developers.
I've seen them with the shovel.
Yeah, I know. Yes, groundbreakings, right? Where the developers are going through a process, and as part of the environmental process, there are various steps to ensure that the Indian tribal councils within this area are part of that process and literally are part of the approval process of the development and work with the developer to ensure that none of the historic items are found during the development. So that I would coin it a little bit different, but at this particular point in time, I have not heard either from the city attorney or anything from a governmental code that states that the city potentially runs the risk of challenge from developers related to this land acknowledgement.
Steve, you're shaking your head no that it.
That's correct. These land acknowledgements does not tie our hands with, or tie your hands with respect to your discretionary authority to approve or deny a project.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you both.
Thank you, Steve. The mayor went to use the restroom. Does anybody else have comments on this before we go to public testimony? Or questions, sorry. Yeah.
Go ahead and take public comment.
Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
Roy Blecker.
Okay. Come on, Roy.
So if we're going to change this, so the only suggestion I see is take that gobbledygook stuff on your city goals and change it. It's very simple. Let's show some swagger. Let's change our city goals to Moreno Valley in 2026. We're going to be badass.
That concludes all of public comments for this item.
Okay. So, back to the dais, any other deliberations as far as, is there a motion to?
Yeah, I just want to clarify. I just want to clarify, this is just for us to explore adding it still, right? Like we still need to draft a full report on it. It needs to come back for another read, correct?
We have to decide if we want them to do that.
Do it, yes,
Yeah.
okay.
And the language.
So similar to the city attorney's comments about the ordinance is a staff report as to potentially what language options you would like to choose to develop your verbiage that you would want to.
And then it would change our order of the meeting by adding, right?
Oh,
Our
yes.
point, your
Policy 101A would have to come back and be modified for it, yes.
And then you would need to investigate which tribes were in, because these are, different areas of Verde, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes. That's okay.
Yeah, so I motion for you to bring back recommended actions as presented in this staff report.
I second that. Call for the vote.
Thank you. Councilmember Bernard?
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado?
Yes.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez?
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera is stepped away.
Okay, now we move on to regional commission reports. Who's up first?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I'll do the JPA tonight. I'm providing an update from the March Joint Powers Commission meeting that was held on January 7th, 2026. The commission authorized an RFP, or request for proposal, for landscape services and approved amendments to an account management services contract and the employment agreement with the CEO of the March JPA. The commission also conducted its annual reorganization of the chairperson, vice chairperson, and committee assignments. And that concludes my update on the March Joint Powers Commission meeting that was held on January 7th, 2026. Thank you.
Next, we have
You do mine?
the mayor.
I'll do it.
Or no.
I'll do mine.
Elena. Yeah.
Okay. This report is for the Western Riverside Council of Governments Executive Committee meeting held on January 9th, 2026. The items covered at the special WRCOG Executive Committee meeting included WRCOG review and goal-setting discussion workshop and proposed amendments to the WRCOG bylaws clarifying Deputy Executive Director authority. The next meeting will be held February 2nd at 2 p.m. at the County Riverside Administrative Center on Lemon Street in Riverside. This concludes my report.
Thank you very much. So we'll go ahead and move into item M.
The third one.
Oh, there's one more. Okay. RTA, I'll hand it over to Councilmember Bernard.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight I'm providing updates from the Riverside Transit Agency Board Administration and Operations Committee, as well as the Budget and Finance Committee held on January 14th. Administration and Operations Committee, the board approved and authorized to adopt the revision of the agency's policy for transferring title of surplus vehicles. The current policy was last updated in March of 2020. The board approved revisions to the agency's procurement policies and procedures manual. The most recent approved update was in October of 2018. The next meeting for the Administration and Operations Committee is scheduled to be held on February 4th, 2026. Budget and Finance Committee, board staff presented cash flow projections for the fiscal year representing weekly increments. The board adopted the agency's investment policy for 2026. Lastly, the board authorized the staff to award a contract to Nicosia Consulting International LLC for the replacement of 4 compressed natural gas dispensers for a total project amount of $602,000. The next meeting for Budget and Finance is February 4th, and that concludes my report on the last RTA, Board Administration Operations Committee, and Budget and Finance Committee meetings.
Thank you, Councilmember. So now we can go ahead and move to item M, Employee Association reports. We do not have one this evening, which brings us to the famous City Manager's report.
Well, thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. In the essence of time, I only have 2 updates and want to let everybody know that it is my honor to inform you and our residents that we have a new Chief Financial Officer, Felicia London, who's and she has also been named and appointed the city treasurer tonight. And so Lana will no longer be the interim CFO and city treasurer. Felicia's been with the city for over 15 years in a multitude of different types of roles in the finance staff, in the city manager's office, in public safety contract administration, the deputy finance director. So with over 2.5 decades of municipal governance, and the fact that she's raising her family here, do want to say congratulations and thank you for accepting the position and the commitment that it takes. So thank you. The other thing that I want to bring to your attention is, council, you would have received an email tonight around 7:51 tonight. The fire facility flags are being brought back up to full staff tomorrow due to the memorial today for the lost firefighter. And the Riverside County Fire Chief has now ordered those particular flags at full staff. So thank you and good night.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. We'll bring it back to the dais for council closing comments, and we'll go to District 4, Councilmember Bernard.
Well, thank you for that tonight, Mayor. I wanted to first say, Mayor Pro Tem and myself have a meeting coming up regarding the golf course on January 29th. It's going to be held at 16130 LaSalle Street, Moreno Valley. That would be the campus of, why is my brain blanking? Yep, Moreno Valley College. Thank you, my brain blanked. So that we can have some discussion about some things and give the community some updates on everything that's happening there with the golf course. We've heard your concerns, and we're trying to address all your concerns and let you know exactly what's going on and what's happening with the city. I did not give the time that event will be happening, 6 p.m. So yeah, so don't show there at 6 a.m. It will be happening at 6 p.m. Also, I hope everybody had a great Martin Luther King Jr. holiday. I always try to spend it in some type of service. I spent the day in the city of Riverside at their MLK walk in the morning, and that was actually fun. It was a little under 2.5 miles that we walked from Broadwell Park all the way down to the main library. So I hope everybody took some time yesterday to reflect. They took some time to consider and to think about what Dr. King speech was really about and what he really meant, especially in the times that we are living in right now, and thinking about how moving forward we can do better for our community and our members out here. I know most people are probably like, oh my gosh, she's gonna let them off the hook. I really, honestly, this administration is so exhausting and we're only a year in. And after everything that's going on in Minnesota and what's possibly gonna happen with the battalion coming out of Alaska, I just think that at this point, my only job as a resident and as a United States citizen is to just uphold the Constitution to the best of my ability, even if the people in the administration refuse to do so, and to tell you that your neighbors are important, regardless of where they come from. I know the Supreme Court says it's okay to racially profile people based on race, how they speak, the accent they may have, the job they may work, or a location you may find them at. I'm going to tell you that nowhere in any religion or anything that I think you should ever be able to racially profile. Also, to my friends that have told me that they are going to be protesting tomorrow outside of Harvest, I'm all here for freedom of speech. That's fine. If Erica Kirk wants to do everything but stay at home with her kids the way she keeps telling me to stay at home with my kids, that's fine. She can go there and make heaven as crowded as they want, but I will not be drinking the Jim Jones Kool-Aid with the rest of those people sitting up in there listening to her and them tomorrow. So with that, I close until I see you guys next month, because remember, February is a short month. You guys have a good evening and good night, and sorry, Erlan, it's 10:40, 10:30, you missed the dot.
Thank you. And next up, we'll go to District 2, Councilmember Delgado.
I will be very quick because I know it's past Jeremy's bedtime, so we will be quick. A few things that I just want to touch on is I'm not oblivious to what's going on in national politics. I'm not oblivious to what's going on in state politics, but I choose to just concentrate on what's going on in Moreno Valley and my family. And so the three reports that I have tonight is what's been going on with me in the city of Moreno Valley. I helped a bunch of hikers get rid of some shopping carts. I think it was in Mayor Pro Tem's district, and him and I collaborated, and we got rid of them. And now the hikers don't see shopping carts all over. So thank you for the staff that did that. In addition to that, 4 different issues with community enhancement or code violations that I'm helping some neighbors with, not to get them dismissed, but how to prevent for the next time. And then the biggest one was in the El Sorrento mobile home park in my district. They were going to force the senior residents to remove their existing individual mailboxes and put cluster boxes by the clubhouse. So working with them over the last 4 months, we got a resolution, and that is not going to happen. It still has to be blessed by the USPS and DC, but I took it all the way to Congressman Takano, and he talked to those folks in DC, so they're trying to work out the language on getting that, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. But these are the things that I've been working on in my district, and I will continue to address with the help of city staff and our city attorney that helps with these legal issues. Thank you very much, and we will see you on February 4th? No, February 3rd? See ya. Good night.
Thank you. Next up, District 1, Councilmember Baca, Santa Cruz.
Waka. Yeah, that was not short. This is short. No, I don't really have any updates since the last meeting. I see the eyes shutting back here, so I'll release. That's it. No public comments till next meeting.
Next up, Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez.
I'll try to be brief. First, I just want to thank city staff for answering all my questions throughout these last few weeks. And also, the RFP for the sports park came out on January 13th. Super excited. It's public. And hopefully, I'm sure we'll get a development team that will make this sports park a reality for our community. So please make sure to follow that as we will inform the public as that comes about. On let's see, as Councilmember Bernard mentioned, please join us at Moreno Valley College on January 29th for our community engagement, and here we'll do a joint engagement and answer everybody's questions regarding the golf course and other things that are happening in our respective districts. And briefly, I just want to mention elections matter. Midterm elections I have a timer, 286 days, 1 hour, 17 minutes, and 31 seconds. So that's on November 3rd of 2026. This is exhausting, having this gentleman in our office, and he is our president, but I hope that, all communities and the various, our citizens and people that vote, hopefully vote a different way this time around. So 286 days can't come any sooner. So everything that's going on with ICE, the continued weaponization of ICE, and Greenland, and it goes on and on and on and on. So that's it for tonight, 10:43 p.m. You have it, Mayor. Bring us home.
All right, let's get us home. So you mentioned Greenland. I'm sure we're all aware of that. Yesterday there was a police chief. I think it was somewhere in Minnesota. Spoke up on behalf of his entire police department that one of his own police officers, actually off duty, had a similar encounter like we're seeing all over the news and social media, and had actually a gun pulled out on them. And this is a police officer off duty. So it's unfortunate that we're at this state now where, all of this turmoil, tension is happening, and our economy is not getting any better, and it's making development more complicated. Interest rates, inflation still not fully where it needs to be. Just the lack of clarity that doesn't help anybody. So hoping that, like Mayor Pro Tem said, November, the voters will do what's right for our country, not for any particular party, but what's best for the United States of America, and will get us back to a more normal place instead of where we are at right now. So a couple of highlights tomorrow: live stream grand opening at 11:30 over at the district. Also, Chipotle in District 3 opened about 2 weeks ago over in off of Moreno Beach. So hats off to staff. Thanks for making that happen. Folks are really, really excited about that. And hopefully we have more coming to the east side. And MLK Jr. Day that just passed yesterday. We awarded the proclamation here at the beginning of the meeting to Bishop Sykes and his wife, Karen Sykes. MLK, I can only imagine what kind of sermon he would be giving if he were alive today and witnessing what we're living right now. But it's because of people like him who set an example and exemplified what it means to, stand up for justice and speak up for righteousness and to literally give your life for the greater good. And that's what he and others have done throughout history. And I just hope that we can follow that lead, and whatever tactics, things that he taught us that work, that we can re-implement those today in whatever form they take, voting with our dollar. We know corporations speak in profits and speak in dollars, and when that changes, they listen. And so anyway, I can go on and on and on about that, but just want to, wish everyone a good night. We will see you on February 3rd. And before we close the meeting, we will go to item P, which is future agenda items. Look to staff to see if there's anything I need to take care of.
We have one speaker, Roy Blackard.
Okay, and then Mr. City Manager or City Attorney, if you could just clarify for any public comment on this item, the limited scope.
Yes,
of
so
it, please.
The limited scope on public comment with future agenda items is just on what you see future agenda items. It's not, we don't have to allow comment on any future agenda items that are proposed by the City Council, because those are not on this agenda. So you can comment about the process.
Okay, thank you.
So the comment of the process I would like to do is to have how we figure out how to think on our feet. So what happened here at this meeting is that, and that should be the discussion we have going forward. When we put all this stuff together, and you know what? You're not bothering me. I have a fair amount of experience at this stuff. But what you're doing is hurting the other people that come up here to speak by not having, for $50, you could have a timer clock up there that would, and you've had this problem before. So in the future, and this is what you should be putting on the agenda. This stuff should be taken care of. That's what I'm talking about. We should be thinking on our feet when these things happen, so you give the rest of the people, all of them, the same rights as you give somebody like me, because I'm pretty darn good at that, and I got a timer clock in my head. So think about that when you're moving forward or when you're putting this stuff together, because we should improve it for everybody in this city.
Okay, and with that, we'll bring it back to the council for any future agenda items. Are there any future requests, for future agenda items? I do have two, very quickly. First is a motion to bring back an item either at our next meeting or the following meeting, whichever is the lighter agenda, to establish a Veterans Commission, similar to the Arts Commission, Parks Commission, et cetera, that we already have established. So I would make a motion that we add that to one of our next two agendas for deliberation.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard?
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado?
Yes.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez?
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you to my colleagues. And the second one is I'd like to make a motion that we agendize a discussion and provide direction to staff on establishing an arts improvement zone or similar arts-based initiative that leverages the city's art fund and public-private partnerships to enhance buildings and properties with art, prioritize major corridors and gateways such as the 60 and 215 freeways and key arterials, and support beautification and economic development citywide. I'll make that motion and seeking a second.
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard?
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado?
Yes.
Councilmember Baca Santa Cruz?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gonzalez?
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again to my colleagues. Any other requests from the council? Okay. Seeing none, we can go ahead and move into Q adjournment, and we will officially adjourn at 10:49 p.m. Have a good night.